Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Howdy, Scratch. And number two, happy Easter to everybody. Um, Whether you believe in Easter time or not, it's okay. You know, a lot of people, Easter time is the time, all them pagans and all them folks and this and that. And yeah, okay. I know some children who are going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to go have an Easter egg hunt. Now, when I was a little chillin', a long time ago, um, my grandfather, who was not even really related except by marriage, um, Mr. Fred, he loved to hide Easter eggs and do stuff for us at Christmas time and at Easter time and stuff. Um, and I remember the baskets and the jelly beans and the chocolate bunnies, and right across the street from Grandma and Grandpa's house was Rowlett Park there in Tampa. Big place to go hide Easter eggs. And when we was little kids, we didn't know nothing about all this other stuff that people talk about Easter, and it's about this and that. And okay, um, it was just fun, as a little kid. Now, as you grow up, it got to be that I went from finding Easter eggs to hiding Easter eggs, deviled eggs, yeah. But I mean, sitting around with Granny and coloring eggs, and these were this color and that was that color and whatever, and how many blue ones you got and how many green ones you got, and it was just fun as a kid. Now, I don't know if folks have egg coloring parties or whatever anymore or something like that, but back in my day it was just fun. you know it wasn't all this. Now, there was a lot of religious stuff because we was Catholic, and we all had to dress up pretty. And there was always a picture taken of the family at Easter time, Christmas time, Easter time. Ooh, had to have family pictures kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, okay. So it was the one time my grandmother Raleigh would go to church. Well, other than Christmas, she would go. She was not a church going person, but because we all were, um, I think she felt guilty, but she was a holy person to me and very spiritual. That's Grandma Raleigh, the one I've talked about, Miss Mary, where we could communicate back and forth and used to call each other and pick up the phone all the time. Very psychic lady and very in tune with nature. But you dress up as, in your Easter best. Your shoes were polished. Everything had to be just right for the picture, and it was in black and white, at least up into mid 60s when they started coming out with um, color film. They had color film. Don't let me mistake you, but it wasn't really real good. And the Polaroids that came out the front, the original Polaroids, and you had to rub this sticky stuff on uh, on the on the film so it would dry hard. It was anyway. But Easter time. But Easter time, you know, this is, well, actually, it's Easter Sunday now, but I'm going to stick with Saturday because, um, so Jesus hung on the cross, Good Friday. What's so good about it? I just have always wondered why they call it Good Friday when they're talking about hanging a man on a cross and watching him die. And wait a minute, what's so good about Good Friday? Hey, Chloe. Oh yeah, I got on here and then got to yapping, but I'm ready for a 20. So if anybody wants to imbibe with me, um, so Good Friday, the day all them good people crucify a couple of people, not just Jesus apparently, but for the Passover and what's going to pass over? UFOs. Don't forget them. So the skies get dark, the clouds come out, there's thunder, there's the trembling of the earth, there is darkness. So they take him down off the cross. But this is the very short version. They take him down off the cross, um, wipe him down a little bit, and it's supposed to be oils and things, and because it's almost dark, they get permission to use somebody's tomb. They go up there, put him in there, roll a rock in place, and then there's somebody that, hey, Diane B from Canada. So they took him off that cross and drug him to the tomb and put him in and rolled that rock across. Now it's already dark 30, right? So when they put him in there, so it's about the darkness, all right? Now there are many types of shaman rituals, different Indian tribes, native tribes. One of them is that you dig a hole, you dig your own grave, you get in it and they usually cover it up with a tarp or something, and that you stay in it for at least 24 hours. Now there are some that you got to stay in there like 3 days. There are some who would even say that you have to, um, hey Linda, how are you? That there are some that depending on the medicine man, the shamans, the tribe, where they're located, and so forth. Sometimes it was an entire week that you had to spend inside your tomb. So, hey, Chloe, Diane, Linda, Scratch, and Chloe. Hi, everybody. Good morning. And I'm going to say happy Easter and probably piss people off, but yeah, I don't know whether it's supposed to be happy or not, but every day should be happy. But anyway, but it's about darkness. All right. So Jesus died on the cross. They put him in the tomb. Now, get this. They said it's 3 days. That's a lie. It's not 3 days. Because if he died on Friday, almost you know, at dark 30, so we're three-fourths of the way through the day, all day Saturday, and then by sunrise on Sunday, he's gone. So the 3 days is made up. Okay, just let's just go there. All right, because it wasn't 3 days he was in the tomb. He was in there for about 36 hours. Okay, it does make a difference. All right, but in this entire 24-hour, 36-hour period, where a lot of other native cultures have some type of darkness thing you go into. You go into a cave for a whole day. You dig your own grave. There are just different types of trials to become a true shaman in many of these different cultures. I have had my 3 days on the river. I've had times with darkness as well, but not trying to compare myself, but I know what it feels like to go through these ordeals and rituals. And I got to say that in order to reach that higher level of thought, you have to die. And the death that you experience when digging a hole, going in a cave, covering yourself up with a blanket for 2 days, hiding under the bed, closing the closet door. I mean, there are different ways of going there without dying. Okay. Um, but in this darkness is also the light because Christ got up early Sunday morning and said, "Well, I've had a nice rest here. I'm getting out of this here tomb. There's a couple of my buddies outside, some angel dudes, and they just going and um, the rock rolled by, and so some of you may be thinking, well, that you're kind of being a little superficial there. Isn't it kind of sacrilegious? It depends on who you're listening to, but I'm not trying to be sacrilegious. There's just so many stories about what the story is. I'm just kind of chopping it up there. So, but in the next morning before sunrise, because they go up to see Jesus and all this other kind of stuff. Um, hey, Jules, how are you? So the time was spent in the tomb in the darkness, is the point. But from the darkness, sunrise came the light. All right. So we've just come out of winter time. We've just rounded the corner with spring solstice. And now spring ain't busting out all over because it's snowing up further north. It's been raining in Mississippi and Alabama. When it got to Georgia, it just disappeared. Hey, coleslaw. I think I said hi to everybody. Scratch, Diane, Chloe, Travis, coleslaw. If I miss somebody, I love you and happy Easter. So, but anyway, in native traditions, there is the 24 hours, 36 hours. It's in the darkness. Now, in many of the cards that I have pulled over the last year or so, they're bare. You go into hibernation, you go into the darkness to be quiet and to learn and listen to the quiet of the universe and receive the answers. Take a visit, take a walk on the wild side. Um, but it is about going into the darkness. And hopefully, if you've gone into if you've gone through some type of darkness type of um, ritual, that you will come out of it with some kind of enlightenment. And when you open your eyes or come out of the cave or get out of your self made um, burial plot, when I was next to the earth and in this ditch down on the river, the feeling of Mother Earth just around you and feeling the darkness and that I knew I was next to Mother Earth. I knew as long as I could still feel the earth that I was alive and breathing. But everyone has their own special um, enlightenment, for lack of a better word. It's a good word, but you know, um, awareness thingy, something the light bulb click on in the darkness and thing. But coming out of winter and into spring, which the dogwoods are those dogwoods that ain't dead. The dogwoods are blooming. There's Easter lilies everywhere. There's all types of plants, and the roses are blooming down here in Thomasville. The rose showed. I think they had it last week, but anyway. Um, so it's that time of year kind of thing. So out of the darkness of winter spring forth all these things. So from out of the darkness of the shaman death, your spirit death. Now, do you really die? Well, you just got to give up everything. When you go in, for me and a lot of other folks, when you go to this extreme to go through the shaman death or the death of the person in order to become the shaman, you got to take it serious. I mean, like, if you really want to go down this path, some people just kind of want to look at the path. They don't necessarily want to experience all of these things. And I got to say, it's not for the faint of heart. You got to be serious if this is what, if in your journey as to be a true shaman. Now, there are times when you can maybe not go through such a drastic experience, but you can focus your mind, close the door, pull the curtains, and imagine what it would be like if you were lying in the dirt in a grave, looking up at the sky. What would it look like? Well, I've dug holes and I've looked up at the sky and I kind of get that understanding. So, but try to imagine it. So whether you actually go into a real hole or in your meditation, if this is where you feel you should go, then you must die. You must just give up whatever was before that particular time. Because when you climb up out of that grave, when you come out of that hole, you wish to be different. You don't want to be your old self. Whatever issues and stuff and things that I was dragging forward, my spirit guides said, Hawkeye, if you want to become Hawkeye, you have got to drop all this other stuff. Because when you get out of the ground, when you come out of that grave, you're going to leave it behind. It is the death of the old you so that you can spring forth, like I pulled the snake card the other night on Robert's channel. And it's like shedding your skin. And if you've ever seen a snake that had shed its skin, it's real murky and brown and yucky. The snake doesn't look quite right. But when they peel off that skin, and there's this beautiful scales underneath that look like they have just been polished and buffed and so when you come out of that darkness, you wish to leave those things that have been a part of you that kept you in the dark, that gave you anguish, or like there were certain things that I had carried for 40 years. Finally got a chance to talk to some people, and they were like, Dave, this has been worrying you for the last 40 years. And they kind of chuckled and went, okay, but I haven't thought about it in the last 40 years. So, how stupid did it make me feel? Um, grave tattooed on the left hand side of my back last week. That's interesting. Well, you must be dead to be in the darkness. So there are different ways to view the grave, the death, the whatever. One of the things that you can't do is take any of this with you. Well, I'm going to die. I'm going to peel. I'm going to come out of the hole. I'm going to be resurrected. You can't go in that hole like that. I know it sounds a little redundant because your brain and everything knows you're going to get in the hole and the purpose for you climbing in the hole. But you got to go in and just say, I need to find myself. Oh, when I get out of this hole, I'm going to be resurrected. You can't do it. Oh, I'm going to feel so much better when I. You can't do that. You can't force what you're going to be on the other side. Well, I know I'm going to feel better. Do you? Honestly, do you? No, because when you get into the darkness, when you go into that type of ritual ceremony, I'd rather call it a ceremony. But it's very serious. You know, you work at it before you get in the hole. You just don't. Well, I think I'm going to go out and crawl in the hole today. That's not where you go. You meditate and you get ready to climb in that hole. You get ready to die. You start pushing everything away that is physical in this world, mental, emotional. You want to climb in that and be ready to leave all of that in the hole. Now, does the hole keep that negative energy or bad feelings or whatever? No, because there are people who have gone through ceremonies and they come out on the other side and it ain't like they learned anything. Well, it was a nice 24-hour rest. I had to pee and I wet myself and I was really hungry and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, okay. And it didn't really change them at all. It was just an inconvenience. And it's like, wait a minute, hang on. Whoa, pull that one back a little bit. It will change you, but as to how, you won't know until you go to it and go through it and come out on the other side. Because what I thought it was going to be like and what it ended up being was way different. So for a lot of people, well, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna feel like this on the other. No. Now, if you're going to try to get rid of emotional baggage, then you can say, I'm going to leave it in the hole. But here's the thing: when you get out of the hole, there are people who go back in and reach down and grab some of that shit out, and they carry it with them anyway. And it's like, wait a minute, oh, whoa! Didn't you climb in that hole to like leave all that stuff behind, and you're going to cover it up? That's your old self. Then 2 or 3 days later, how come you acting like you ain't never been through this? You had told yourself that you were not going to do this anymore. You were going to be nicer to people, not be so grumpy. You were going to be more emotionally stable. And you're 3 days out of the hole and you're just as bad as you were before you ever got in it. So here's the thing: it's you that leaves it in the hole, not the hole. The whole, is the understanding of the feel of being in a grave and of dying. So, but if you get up the next day and there's sunlight and and in 2 days it's almost like you went back to the grave and dug that shit up. You didn't actually leave it there. You were a grave robber and went back for those things that you were supposed to have left there because of the ceremony. So, in this exercise, if you're not willing to leave the stuff behind that you're obviously want to go crawl in the hole to learn and to lose, and in the meantime, you want to gain new knowledge and insight from the universe, you want to, connect with the dream time and really connect with the dream time And by leaving your old self behind, you free up all this RAM, all this memory. And now, what the universe is going to show you in that dream time, now you got room for it to go. But if you crawl out of that hole, however long you're in it, and go right back at it, then you didn't learn anything. Well, I saw a vision, I saw that, but so what? Okay. Then why'd you go through the exercise? So you got to be seriously serious if you're going to go to that extreme. Now, the lesser extreme is to just um, think about bear and go into the hibernation of thought, and that you want to leave any baggage behind. You can choose to do that at any time. You don't have to crawl in a cave or a hole in the ground or whatever. You can just close your eyes and imagine the darkness and say, I'm leaving all this crappy stuff, this emotional baggage I might have right now, and I'm leaving it in the darkness. Why? Because I had brought it to light, but now I need to bury it, you know? Don't know why I keep holding on to the damn emotion part. You got to drop it, Chloe. Been on a journey, sir. Okay, that's one thing right there, Chloe. It's hard for some reason for me. You can't. You gotta rephrase that. You're already in the negative. I can't do this. I can't seem to. I can't. I can't. I can't. You gotta change that attitude. Everybody, not just Chloe, but it's hard for some reason. You can say, it's been difficult, but I'm going to figure this out. For some reason, it's harder for me, but I'm going to get it. You don't leave it. I can't do it. Because one of the things is that the next day, like I'm going to bring this up because it's a type of uh, disc dyskinesia or something. Anyway, um, I I I started doing this thing with my fingers and my thumb, doing this like this. And other people have similar things that they do for the medicines, targeted dyskinesia or something like that. They're doing, without knowing it. Well, here's the thing. If I know that I'm doing this thing and I'm sitting around the house and my arms are moving like this, which when I went through that horrible period about let's see, 8 or 9 years ago with the full seizures and everything. w- I'm sitting around and I'm doing this shaking all the time and I can't hold still and I'm being, I want to die. Okay. I went from driving, walking, talking to doing this. Um, and I was doing my fingers and doing this number. So I started out with my exercises of I'm if I see myself doing this unacceptable behavior, I'm going to tell myself to stop. And my friends have said, no, 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 it's in your system. It's you're going to have this the rest of your life. Now I catch myself doing it, okay? But when I catch myself doing it, I go, you stop that. And my fingers want to literally feel like they're being pulled in so they can keep doing it. You got to go, no. If you bite your nails, now I don't have any teeth, so I can't bite them. I can gum them like hell, but I can't bite them anymore. So that's good. But in doing so, though, when I was chewing my fingernails, when you go and put your fingers in your mouth, you go, you stop it. If you're going to become emotional over something like for 40 years, I was emotional over this thing. And when I found out that nobody else really cared, they forgot about it. I was like, wow, that's silly of me, ain't it? Right? Um, Coleslaw, you know what? Must be something in the air. It seems a lot of people are. Oh, I absolutely agree with that, Scratch. Um, but here's the here. You want to know a strange thing? In my 69 and three quarters years of being on this planet, there's always something going on. But now I gotta say, here recently, with all these sun flares and stuff, we've been getting hit with a lot of strange um, energy. The rain and the snow in April and all that kind of thing. And I gotta go over to this. Um, that storm went right by us. Oh, there we are. I checked the Schumann. Yeah, I'm looking at the Schumann resonance right now, and it's it's got some streaks on it, but they're really narrow. So we've been hit by some really interesting, literally off the chart stuff. But as far as it being really, really bad, my problem is I'm too soft let people that doesn't. Yeah, April is an intense month of energy. The solar flares are slamming us and some wonky energy from the moon. Yeah. Yeah, plus things on Earth. We have been bombarded lately. There, even Simon Parks brought it up in one of his recent videos within the last few days about, you know, the good guy said, "Oh, there won't be any more, um, um, them streaks across the sky." And a couple of weeks ago, there was a heavy. I mean, they was nailing us. Even at night when I go outside to, uh, you know, to tinkle, look up at the sky, and you could tell, even in the half moonlight, that they were spraying at nighttime. They really hammered us. What you do, this idea of blocking them. If you will ever get to the, it took me a while to get this. Oh, that pisses me off. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Wait a minute. No. Okay, I'm not pissed off. Well, that person, I hate what they do and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, then, so don't listen to them. Yeah, but they're still talking and wait a minute. Hang on. I got better things to do than to have these people affect me. If somebody sends you an email and you look at the title and read a line or two and you go, nah, turn it off, shut it, delete it. Because if you go any further with it, if you start doing this number with your hands and you notice it, if you're scratching yourself too much, or if you're, chewing your fingernails, it's up to you to stop it. Nobody else can do it for you. You got to do it for yourselves. Sound like some lyrics. don't mess. Yeah, saw a video today of rainbows. All the pics had tons. Yeah. Oh, the trails will create colors. Um, if you've ever seen oil on the water and seen how there's that little bit of slick, that sheen, especially if you've been around a motorboat or whatever, there's a little bit of oil sheen on the water. And the reflection of it in the sunlight, there are colors that just you can't get otherwise. But yeah, when you see those clouds up in the sky like that, they're absolutely chemicals. Okay. Um, no, not natural. That's one of the things that many of us are still ticked off about because the White Hats are like, oh, we got all this done. You don't have to worry about the. Well, a bunch of us had some severe coughing experiences right after. I had tickling in my throat, in the back of my throat. I had to take throat lozenges for a couple of days. I would try to smoke and I would cough, whether I smoked or not, cigarettes or otherwise. I and I still got a little down here in my chest. Um, enter or have access to your power. You know, Chloe, I'm going to use you as the example. Okay. This idea of holding yourself in sunlight and all this, no offense, at the end of the day is bullshit. Okay. You just have to say no. Oh, I'm going to hold myself in light and all that. That's hokey bullshit. Okay. You have to be able to just look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm not going to do this anymore. Period. Oh, I got to go into, I'm going to think of this and light and harmony bullshit. Grow up. Okay. The growing up part is this: you take command of yourself. You don't let all this other bullshit go in and out and up and down. And if you're looking for excuses to try to, then you're not paying attention. You ain't said no yet and meant it. Okay. Now, I don't mean to piss people off, but oh, I'm looking for love and light. That should be a given. You already know that. But whatever it is, if you got to go off on some other tangent to convince yourself, well, I need to say no and I need to quit doing this, grab yourself by the cojones and ladies, maybe by the boobs, and say, no more of this. I refuse to do this. I refuse to let this energy affect me anymore. Stop it. It's a hard one because, oh, I want to do, I've been through this, you know, I've been through this. And the bottom line is you have to just stand up and go, nope. I know what I know. I'm using you. I'm telling you, using you as an. But there are people out there who will use all this other rhetoric when they just need to be able to say no and mean it. That's it. That's the answer. It is not complicated. I refuse to be affected by this anymore. Well, but the universe is your. Those are excuses. Well, I warned you ahead of time, Chloe. Confidence is a way of life. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you have to continuously say, well, I do not consent to this, then you're not in control. Because the next step in I do not consent to this is you should have made that statement about all kinds of stuff. this is not going to affect me anymore, period. So you should not have to repeat yourself unless you're really, honestly, seriously under some kind of attack. Because once you make up your mind, then you shouldn't have to reinforce it. Because then, honestly, if you have to go back and say, I get away from me, stay away, blah, 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 and if you have to always reinforce it, then you're not in control because you're still allowing it to happen. But when you put your foot down and drop that steel gate and nothing can get by, they can beat on the door, they can tap on it, they can send messages with Morse code. But if you're having to reinforce yourself all the time, then you ain't said no. You haven't really meant it. Now I know that's a lot of folks are going to go, well, I really mean it. For those of you who've been with me for a while, when I've talked about that, you have to believe 100.1%. You're only at 98 or 96, maybe only 88. But there were many times I thought I had it, I got this, and I didn't. I didn't because I lacked that 1 or 2% of honestly, truly believing I had it under control, or that I was literally I'm going to not let these emotions worry me anymore. I'm not going to lose sleep over this. I'm not, and then I'm not going to lose sleep over this. And then a day later, I'm not going to lose sleep over this. And another day later, I'm not going to lose sleep over the. And Spirit said, "What's wrong, Hawkeye?" Well, I'm not going to lose sleep over this. Well, yeah, you keep repeating it. You don't believe it, do you? What do you mean? Well, you don't believe it. You don't believe you're not going to lose sleep over this because you're still yapping about it. You're still trying to convince yourself that this ain't going to bother you no more. Yeah, but yet then I ain't dealt with it. But oh, that's why it keeps coming up because I haven't dealt with it. I have not. I don't believe in myself enough to say no more. I ain't going to bite my fingernails no more. I'm not going to do this anymore. But now it is unconscious. But as soon as I look down or feel myself do it, I go, Don't, no more twiddling of the fingers unless I allow it. So for folks out there who are still having to reassess and reaffirm, then somewhere in you, you don't really believe that you can do it. You don't believe that you literally 100.1% that you can leave it in the past, or that you can leave it behind, or that you can stop being emotional about certain things, or stop being triggered by certain things. And then the day you go, wow, son of a bitch, I that used to trigger me. And and you laugh about it, you will have understood for yourself, nobody else can explain it, that you've conquered it. You reached the 100.1%. Okay? What time is it? It's 2 a.m.? Really? Is it really 2 a.m.? 2:01 a.m. I do not use salt, light, or any since I was. Good, Linda. That's good. A lot of us are bipolar. Join the club, Scratch. I don't find fear within keeping things out. I just don't appreciate whatever I'm not allowing in as something. Now, hey Barry, how are you? 7 a.m. It's 2:02 here. Um, and one of the things um, in how you describe things, Chloe, um, my spirit guides cautioned me. Um, To keep it simple, stupid, the more you, I'm not saying you, Chloe, but there are folks out there who are in this processing of the information, and I'm not going to do this, and I'm going to be, and they won't shut up about it. I'm in the process, and I'm doing, and I, whenever this comes, this is what I do. Okay, but here's the thing: when you get to a point where you realize that you don't need to do anything, that you've already accepted 100.1%, that it's already taken care of. And so when things come your way that you, ooh, I got to make sure my energy is clear and ooh, you shouldn't have to do that. What happens is you go, ooh, there's one of them things that would, you know, because if you accept your energy protection or that your spirit guides are on you. Now, that don't mean that you can't get these do stuff happening to you and around people with strange energy. Okay. I'm just saying on a normal day, all right, you've got it. So to continue thinking it is like, why you, if you have to continue thinking it or reinforcing yourself, even through telling other people about it, you're reinforcing yourself. Okay. Is that good or bad? Well, if all you're doing is reinforcing yourself all the time, then you ain't got whatever it is you need for that 100.1%. Okay. There's a part of you that's still from Missouri, like Barry, you know. Now, this is, yes, this is criticism. Not of Chloe or anybody here, but you have to do that internal work in the darkness, in the dream time, in the hibernation. And you have to allow yourself to ask the question while you're there: do I really, why am I reinforcing this? Why do I keep telling myself this? Do I really believe it? Well, I keep telling myself, I know, but why do you keep telling yourself? Well, I don't know. I keep telling myself to reinforce my behavior. And okay, then, but you're still focusing on that because you're always reinforcing it's not going to bother me. But it still is because you're still reinforcing, you see? So you haven't really dealt with it honestly. Somewhere inside you, there's something that has got to say, oh, how you know, ladies and gentlemen, I have been there and done that a bunch. But I'm telling you, when you finally get to that 100.1%, all of that will just disappear. Why? Because your brain already knows it. Your brain and your subconscious and your energy, it already knows it. It accepts it, but you haven't, or I haven't. But it knows it, but you ain't put it into practice yet. Well, I do this, and well, you know, oh, dang it, I'm doing it again. And you just keep going. No, stop. That is the hardest thing. Well, I got this. Do you? Then why do you keep saying you got it? Well, because I got it. Okay, I'm glad, but why do you keep saying you got it? Well, I got this. Okay. And I got this. Okay. And I got this. Okay. I'm truly, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm really glad. But if you're repeating the same things that I got this, those negative energies ain't going to get me, you're focusing on the negative energy because you keep telling yourself they ain't going to get me. You have to accept that you got this and drop it. Well, those negative energies, eh, 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 eh. I know I don't need to sage or any of those things because I have had gifts. Didn't. So now most folks, folks, peoples, human beings, and some hybrids, um, have don't necessarily want to go on the journey that I have chosen or that some other people have chosen. So it's like, so why does this apply to me? Well, maybe it doesn't. But if you're wondering why you think you got something, but it keeps coming up in your subconscious, it's coming up in a dream, it's coming up in a something, driving down the road and you look at a sign and it, whatever it is, then the thing is you ain't really dealt with it. That's the answer. You can hem and haw and talk to me and other people. I got this. But you honestly talk to your spirit guides because you really ain't got it. You're missing that 2 or 3%. Okay. I know you're trying, and but when I let go and said, okay, you guys got this. I guess in a way it would be like saying you give it up to the Lord. Okay. For those Christians and Bible folks, I gave my life up to the Lord and I said, you got this. And but I have to do my best. If something tries to get in my head and makes me want to think about something that's a trigger point, I go nah 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 nah. Let's see. I wonder what the weather's like in Argentina. And you go, well, what's that got to do with it? You go somewhere your brain ain't gonna go, and if it tries to follow you, go find some other crazy path to go down. I wonder what it would be like to try to fly a lead balloon. I mean, what? Um, make up something. Well, but it keeps slipping into your mind. Then keep slipping other shit to push it out of your mind. It's up to you. You know, there are a lot of things that you can use and things, but if here's the bottom line though, if you have told yourself, I've got this, and it keeps coming up, then you need to go into the dream time and ask them what is keeping me from really, really believing that I got this? Because if it keeps coming up, you ain't got it. And that's the bottom line. Okay. For whatever it is that's still bothering you, you ain't took care of it. It's not dream in the sense it comes in a daydream too. I've always had my team looking over me. I say all the time everything works out in my favor. Even if things that are negative have a yeah. um now for those of you dear sweet people who say you don't dream, I want to tell you very kindly that's bullshit because you are dreaming. You just aren't aware of it. Everybody dreams. The mind keeps working. It just ain't showing it to you. So, well, I haven't. I went through a several years where I quote didn't dream. Yeah, I did. That's the honest answer. Yeah, I'm dreaming. I just don't remember any of it. For whatever reason, I didn't remember any of it. And then I started remembering things. So, but no, I don't dream. Yes, you do. Okay. Well, if they hook people up during the sleep test and everything and watch your REM, rapid eye movement. and different things and so forth. Yeah, you're dreaming. Okay. So if you are blocking it by saying that you don't dream, then what you should do is in your meditative state in the dream time, whether you're actually out there dreaming, but pretend you're dreaming. Close your eyes. There's no sound around. You want perfect quiet as close as you can get it. Um, and that is your dream time. Well, I'm not actually asleep, but it's dream time because you want to be able to access the subconscious and the conscious at the same time. All right. In that our tiny little brains, right? So, but if you're convinced that you're not dreaming, okay. Now you can tell yourself, I would like to remember some of my dreams. You know, I would like to start remembering because there may be a block, like which was in me, that I didn't want to dream. There was too much shit in real life. I didn't want to do it in my dreams. So, why don't we do it in the road? Same here, Linda. Everywhere, everything always works out for me, at least. Now, y'all are lucky, honestly, because it doesn't work for everybody like for me. But it doesn't matter. Life is what it is. It's your memories. The negative thought was put there to be experienced as automatic. Chloe, I love you, but you're overthinking it. Honestly, you're overthinking it. Honestly, you're overthinking it. Honestly, you're overthinking it. Always been amazed. Yeah, well, being locked away is being able to close your eyes and take yourself into the dream time, into the quiet, into the darkness that is where we learn. And so there are lots of stuff in there. Oh, I understand, Jules. Yeah, it works out. Right. One way or the other, like I'm still having truck issues and stuff. Is like, holy crap, can I ever get this issue straightened out? It's almost a year now that I've been putting up with this. Oh, gracious me, you know. I understand. Um, but there are folks, you know, there are times when if I hadn't have done this and it turned out negatively, but I did learn something from it. Okay. But there are folks who won't look at that, but I learned something thing. Well, it was a crappy day, but we got home safe. That's a big plus. You know, whatever it is. So, but there are folks who though cannot look at life that way. It's only been a bitch of a day. Okay, and that may be it. You know, I'm pretty sure it was a built-in protection. Was having I understand, Scratch. I have many dark things locked away. Chloe, that's what I had to do. When they washed my mind out of my brain with those medicines. And I talked about it years ago as how I had to go to each door. I knew that there was a door over there and there's a door over there, and each one of them had a talent of mine. One was a carpenter, one was an electrician, one was a mechanic, one was over here. And I was scared to death to open any of them. But you got to go over and open that door. And here's the thing, I had to have the strength to go, whatever's behind this door, I got it. Now, there were some doors I would go up to and put my hand on the knob and I'd go, Not today. For whatever was behind that door, my brain kind of warned me. Nah, don't open that one yet. Try this one over here. It's already open part of the way, and you can look in. You know, so it metaphorically speaking, but it works in how I can visualize things. So, but um, in the darkness are the answers. It ain't all bad, you know. In the darkness, in the dream time, it's 2:18. Y'all get ready if you want. It's 2:18. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive and reject those things in the chaos and the many blessings from the universe. But um, there are many different levels to this. So we have to be sure that when we're talking about, I got this, are you repeating yourself for someone else's benefit, or are you repeating it for yourself? Because there were times early on when I started doing these videos and stuff, I was doing the shit for my own. I realized later on. Why did you talk about that? Because it's bothering me. Well, it's bothering me. Yeah, but it means I ain't worked it out yet. So I'm talking about it because I'm still trying to figure out how I need to get this crap out of my brain, whatever the issue it was. And at 69 and three quarters, it's 19. I had little dark corners everywhere. Like one of the recent videos, I was talking about this Gen Cis business, and that I can understand why some of these boys, at least, I can't understand girls. And I discussed, and I had never mentioned it to anybody, but that when I was 12 or 13 or 14 years old, my nipples were hard, and I, and oh my God, I mean, hurt. Oh my God, am I a boy? Am I a girl? Am I going to be a half and half? The crazy shit that went through my head. But so I had dealt with it a long time ago, and I got this, but I'd never discussed it or mentioned it. For whatever reason, it wasn't appropriate or something. But I was like, man, there's a lot of little tiny little. They're not really secrets. But oh my God, I never talked to anybody about this for whatever reason, embarrassing or but I didn't, and that was just one of them. But but the idea though that we all have little things tucked in. Hard nipples. Your favorite song? Yeah, when back in the day when they do titty twisters, um, ow. And God forbid the rack fights we used to have, where guys would try to kick each other in the gonads, which was like, why would you do that to another person? Seriously, but we did that as young men to prove our manhood. We could have lost our manhood if going through hell just keeps on moving. I don't even if it's hell really, it's just part of the dance. Yep, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Um, Now, for me, I'm going to use a woods adjective. In opening up the trails down to the river, I took a friend of mine over the other day and I said, come on. And he was like, what? I said, we can get to the river. No, I ain't got time. You got 10 minutes? Well, I got a little bit of time. And within less than 10 minutes, we were down on the river. And it was like, man, you've really, you know, straightened out the trail. So when you're clearing through the clutter, when you're clearing through the mess, there's garbage all around, or there's weeds or brambles or something, right? So, but in life, after you've been through enough blackberry brambles or whatever, and you've got scratches, and I still have little pieces of them spikes in my hands in different places, and they hurt after a week or so, 10 days. I still can't get this one out. But anyway, so you can recognize it. Oh, I think that's a bramble patch up there. Well, you got to go through it, but at least you can. That's a bramble patch. So when you deal with bramble patches, you've been through a few, and in life, you're still going to run into bramble patches. Okay. So, but how do you negotiate them? You take a look, and this is really thick over here, but not so thick over here. So you go slightly left, you know, and you pick your way, and you get through it. But if you just have never been to a bramble patch before and don't know what to do, and you just blindly try to plow right through, you're going to get ripped to shreds. Why some would or would not choose? Yeah, Linda, here's the deal. You just got to do it. The things that just, I don't want to think about this. Well, you better, and put it in its place. Take care of it. Say no and put it over in that filing cabinet with the no stuff and leave it there. Now, one of the things, and I have mentioned this several times if anybody's been paying attention. Let's have another one, right? Is that you don't forget the memory, you remove any emotional ties to it. That's the trick. If you're trying to forget something entirely, ain't gonna happen. You don't want it to happen. But you now put it in an index file thingy, and it's just a memory, no emotions. Okay. Now, there are certain things that are I can discuss, but I've learned to keep my emotions out of them. Now, if I need to become emotional, or if I need to recall a particular thing that's important, I will get emotional. At the drop of a hat, there'll be tears running down my eyes, out of my eyes, actually out from around my eyes. But to the point though, so if you're trying to forget them, no, you're putting them away and you've dealt with them. You dealt with it? You sure? Yep, got it. It's in the dealt with file. Now you sure? You're gonna close the drawer. Yeah. Now we know it's still in there. We can always go back to the memory and go, well, I had this happen to me when I was a kid. I had all my ribs broken on one side. I couldn't breathe. This is true. And the pain of that, I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I was like, had all my ribs cracked on my right side. And I immediately started breathing weird because I was remembering the pain that came with that. And how painful it really is to try to even breathe. So, but I can recall things, but not the pain. Now, a little bit of lingering on that thought, and that pain will come back. But that's with the practice. So it's been dealt with. It's over here. Um, are you going to have that thought again? Yes, but I'm going to leave the emotions out of it. So now it's just a thought. Well, I can recall it as a memory, but it's sort of in a zip file, you know. I can unzip that picture of something or that bad behavior or some kind of whatever, right? I can unzip it and feel those emotions. I can dive back into it because it's all kind of there. But if you put it in a zip file and put it over there, then all you're going to see is the title and a little slight description. Okie doke. But the more that you do it, the more that you take care of those things, however you want to visually put them in there, but put them in there. And if it tries to come back, you tell yourself out loud, nah, no, no, no. 227, my number. Tell me this is 27. Yeah, but you know what, Linda? I think you agree with this. I think that as you get comfortable with it, as you are 100% sure that you put it up, um, let the thoughts come and go with no triggers. That's very good. And here's the thing, there are some things that used to trigger me big time. And so I'd say out loud, ah, ha, ha, look, there's one of them triggers that used to set me off, nanny, nanny, boo, boo. So I have changed my attitude. And so now you used to trigger me and ain't doing no more. you know no, I'm not like rethinking it or trying to bring it up, but when those things do cross my path, which some of them more often than not, but I just like, there's a part of me, I got to say this part too, after seeing so many things that used to trigger me that don't anymore, I've realized that there's a part of me that is like melancholy because there's still those triggers out there. It's not an old trigger, it's something new that triggers an old event. You know, I can deal with something, and if I'm looking through something old and reliving, um, 27. 27 is the reciprocal of 72 or the mirror, anyway. And if you follow Dante at all, then it would be the reciprocal. That's an angel number. Okay, 27. I'm sorry, I skipped over that and went on down. I'm sorry, Linda. Right, Lucky. Well, here's the thing. There are things that knock us down that are from our past. And I had a lot of stuff that kept knocking me down. And I couldn't see the future for what I was tripping over from the past. And so, yeah, there's new stuff around the corner every day. So, but sometimes the new stuff, and for me at 69 and three quarters, I got to keep doing that, right? I'm getting closer to September all the time. I'm going to be 70 for God's sakes. I hope I make it. Oh, and Bob, this is coffee. I would pour it into the computer, but it would just, ruin things. Ignore my own issues because I'm only happy when helping others with theirs. That's very true. What have you found? Wait, that went by too quick. What if you found your happiness within healing yourself to better heal others? That's always a good. What if the healing is what brings your happiness? That too. Yep, lucky there's only the now. Linda, you were born in 52 or 72? 527 is 72, right? May? I was born in 52. But yeah. Linda, I can't be positive, but um the delay in answering you on the 27, uh I sent that upstairs and it came back it's an angel number. So, okay. The thing about ignoring our own problems, if we're seriously running from our own problems, then we need to stop that. We need to nip that in the bud, as Barney would say, right? Nifty 50. Here's something I'm going to admit, probably for one of the first times. I may have admitted it to a friend years ago, but I used to do a lot of theater. I mean, 4 or 5 shows a year at the local community theater. I was also hired as the house person. I set lights, um, built sets, took care of the building, and I spent way too much time at the theater. Why did I say that? Because while I was working at the theater all the time, now I was getting compensation, but not getting rich. But I was retired at that time, so I was getting $950 a month at that time, I think, plus that little bit of $200, I think it was a month for building manager. Um, it wasn't a lot, but I loved the theater and I loved doing that. But after my incident with the grand mal seizures and everything, when I woke up months later and I went, oh my God, I can't do that anymore. And then I started looking around my property and looking around the yard, and how come everything had got piled up? It's because I chose to do something else and not deal with my issues and stuff here at the house. Not internally per se, but some of it was internal also. I If I went to the theater, I was always thinking about the play, and my energies was going into making the props or the backdrops or the lighting correct, and and getting everything just right. When I was trying to block everything else out of my mind and replacing it with only the theater or only the play or only with whatever was going on at the time. But it took me getting literally a lot of wind knocked out of me. There you are. When you get done running, it'll be sitting there waiting on you. Hand you a cola. Here's a drink, brother. I've been waiting on you. Was that a good run? Yeah, it never, it's always there. You need to go through the journey trying to figure out what. Right, Linda. Because sometimes they will show you one thing like here, this is important, and they won't explain why. And sometimes it's because there are maybe there are two or three steps in the explanation. So here's this stuff like 27. Okay. 27. All right. 20 72. 72. 7. Holy crap. Wait, what's with the numbers, right? Same numbers. And recently it's been 111 for some reason. I've looked and it'd be like 110 and it'll click over to 111. Or there is an 11, could be 711, 511. Anyway, it's the 11. Not a clue. I just noticed that it's there. So what does it mean? I don't have a clue right now. And if I was to try to stop and figure it out, they probably wouldn't give me an answer because if the 11s show up, there's probably a reason. It's probably pay attention. And this is just a one particular number we're throwing by you, Hawkeye. That, right now I'm seeing 11s, okay. And I thought I thought about Michelle because she sees 11s also. I I thought the same thing, Chloe, and now I'm 69 and three quarters. I had a period of time where I wasn't going to reach 40, and but I had neck operations and so forth. That in a lot of ways killed me. And my life changed, all different kinds of stuff. And then when I went past 40, I was like, now what? Well, I'll never make it. If I hit double nickels, 55, I will have, my life will be complete. Well, when I hit 56, I was like, now what? Let me say this, Chloe. There are a lot of us who have had these feelings. We won't make it past a certain point. But my death was in my behavior. My death was real in that I had operations. I went through a bunch of physical things, but in that my life changed. So there was a death of old ways and a beginning in new ways. So, the death in the tomb is a lesson, right? Well, be it he arose from the dead and was, you know, give it a couple hours over there and he should be getting up any time. But the idea though that there are people who have been in comas. My pops was in a coma for 3 months before he woke up for a week and then passed away. I've had a couple of other dear friends around here who was in a coma for 3 months, and they were going to unplug him a couple of times, and he got out of the hospital and got better, and he got so better that he was able to walk his daughter down the aisle for her to get married. Um, so there is something about the will of a person, but sometimes they just can't override what nature is saying. Nah, your heart's really gone there, pops. Thinking of my pops, 98% blockage. I mean, how is he freaking blue? How is he breathing? I mean, he was eating cracklings every day, which is like solid grease, bacon and eggs, and using the bacon grease to fry the eggs in. I haven't been able to do that for a long time. So I don't eat like that. And the way I'm going and my weight and everything, Pop died, I think, when he was 72. There's 27 again. But here's the thing about death. Death is the ascension. There are folks who keep talking about ascending. The only way you're going to ascend is if you're dead. The spirit ascends, the body don't. For those of us who've been talking about 4D and the transition, all of us can transition, but the only way for us to ascend is to die physically. This body, adios. Oh no, the ascension process, then you ain't going to ascend, you're going to transition. In order to make the transition to ascension, you are not going to do it in this body. So for folks who are talking about ascending, they talking about dying. Okay. So and there's still folks talking about the ascension process. It's the transition process. If we all wake up on the other side and can do this, but can see things and hear things and do telepathy and, fourth dimensional kind of stuff, we made the transition. We did not ascend. The only way to ascension is through death of the physical, period. And if you just think on it just like that's enough, that's true. So, if for those folks out there who are still talking about the ascension process, correct them, please. Death can be the end and a new beginning. Yep. Memorial of a good friend I knew. She was ascending to another level, not physical death, but stepping into her new self. Absolutely. Could be a million different reasons, but not going to drive myself nuts. Ascend a little higher up that ladder. Um, and some of us ain't going to be able to barely put a foot on that ladder to ascension. But some people might have to, be reincarnated again because they didn't learn enough this time around. There are a lot of folks who were talking about, that this is a prison planet. Now, that when we pass away, there's some kind of barrier around the planet that keeps our souls from being able to transcend. Now, I even did a video of it 4 years or so ago about uh, the uh, the conversations with ET and what ET was discussing and how it was a prison planet and how this and this and this and this. Now, with that said, I have kept it in the back of my mind as well. That's interesting. Some kind of energy barrier not allowing folks to get off planet. And then along came Dante and some other information. Now, if this were true, then how could we be visited by all kinds of different spacecraft for millions of years? I mean, come on, 150,000 years at least with certain um, information and stuff. 250,000 years. I mean, a long time. And the fact that if this was a prison planet and no one could get off, then how come there have been comings and goings of all different types of races of ET and folks coming and going and coming and going, and records of them? Native people saying they met these people from the dog star, and so I scratch my head and go, now, as an observer, So is this really a prison planet? Truly? Now, Catholics preach purgatory like a lot. Like most folks are going to go to purgatory, but they don't know it yet until they get there. So, because you haven't quite got it right. So you got to hang around in purgatory till Jesus comes and they bring out the big book and they judge you. Okay. So I thought about that. I said, well, maybe the prison planet thingy is that folks who, have done a few things wrong or whatever. Now, this is before I got into more native um, teachings, practices, ceremonies, so forth. So my evolution and looking into Buddhism and Buddha and this and that and going, oh, okay. Well, what about this? You know? Well, so I know I'm reincarnated a couple of times here, but now was that by choice or was it because they made me do it? Now, Edgar Casey is stated way back when, and I've been a understanding of Casey for a long time. And the idea that we are given the choice to enter the body and stay in the body. And oh no, not Darwinism. Oh hell no. We are not monkeys. If you believe you're from a monkey, you go over there and sit on the group W bench. Alice's restaurant, group W bench. Okay, never mind. It's contradictory. Some say you must have certain frequencies to come and go. It's because they exist within the bubble placed around us or portal through. Yep, there's all those portals and gateways and stuff. Full moon tonight, actually. Actually, I think it was last night because I was like itching all over, literally. I even texted Michelle and said, "Ma'am, I'm itching literally all over." And I was going to try to do a live stream last night, and my energies would just was itching all over, itching all over. Bam, 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 bam. Um, but the idea, though, that yes, we're getting energies from outer space. Yes, we're getting bombarded by the bad guys on this planet, the non-humans and the non-human hybrids. Absolutely, or otherwise, we would not have chemtrails anymore, and they're still going on. And there's a lot of other evidence. What is this with the snake in the water thing of the poison? I missed the original whatever was said, but what? I'm so glad I got my own well water here on this property that comes from here. I've got rainwater that comes out of the sky over my house and lands here. Now, it could have gone through a bunch of other stuff, but it didn't go any other where. It rained on my house, my land, my place, and the water's from here. So I'm assured of that. Okay. Beyond that, but I gotta say that since I did this big maintenance thing on my well and the water and everything, it's really cleared up nice. It tastes great. Love my hand dug well. Um, some say that you must have a certain frequency. I got really sick last night. High fever. Oh, did you? I'm sorry, Linda. I it would I didn't I'd lay down, stand up, lay down, stand up, go outside, come back in. I was miserable as far as that and itching and just miserable. Full moon, I guess, agitation. You really itchy too, but that's self-inflicted. Yeah, because you call scratch, right? When it's needed. Another distraction, fear. Snake venom in the pokey. They have always used synthetic venom in them. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, receive it, believe it, accept it. In my learning, in my shaman journey, I was saying accept and receive to myself. And there was a period of time several years ago when I realized I was saying it for myself, but and saying it out loud for all of you. And I did mean it back then too, but I don't need to say it to myself anymore. I don't need the reinforcement. I realized that there were certain things I was saying to y'all in conversation and whatever. You couldn't sleep either. So, and there wasn't anything special on um, the Schumann res. Well, whatever was going on last night, it seems like we were all reacting to it with the itchies. That I find that interesting. That wow, okay, and couldn't sleep thing. So as crappy as I felt, I couldn't sleep. And now the day before, I couldn't wake up and was pissed about that. But there are times when I have to believe this. Well, because I would rather believe this than my alternatives, maybe. That because I used to think, oh my God, my brain's conked out. I'm gonna be dead. I don't want. I'm gonna wake up again. And man, it was a constant fear. And then my buddies got a hold of me and they said, listen, do you know that you might be like off on a mission? Maybe you're sitting with us in a class about something. Maybe there's something else going on as to why you have long sleep periods. And then they showed me some of them dreams, and I was like, oh, maybe I am going to class with these folks in the dream state. Maybe I am, learning things in that state. Okay, well, it's a better alternative than to thinking that my brain is oozing out my ears while I'm sleeping, and that I'm never going to wake up again because of my seizure activities and all of my brain injuries over the years. I'm going to have a stroke while I'm sleeping, and I ain't even going to know that I'm dead when I wake up. So, but all that by my accepting what my spirit guide said. Hey, listen, you're going to class. Don't worry about it. If there's something to worry about it, we'll let you know. So I had to say yes to that 100.1% because I said yes, but I was hedging. It was like only 96%. I really didn't believe it, but then I said, yeah, okay. And ever since then, worrying about whether or not I'm protected, worrying about whether or not something's going to happen, it's there kind of in the background because I do have head issues and I do have balance issues, but I'm doing much better than I was 5 years ago. You know, I'm doing much better than I was after the incident with the medicines, and I'm 69 and three quarters and kind of looking forward to 70. Why not? My alternative is my alternative is ascension before I get there, which I'd rather see 70 at the moment. But if it's my time to go, then adios and I love you. What else are you going to do, right? I've been up there and back so many times, I think, that for me spiritually, it ain't going to be it's not going to be that much of a change, except I don't get to come back to this body. I'm going to go into my little astral place, wherever it is, and stay there, you know. So that's the ascending part. Now, to receive a good medicine death, the idea of native folks, shamans, and just people is to live your life as just as good as you can. Uh, it's there. And I did this. I had the JC complex, the Jesus Christ complex, where you think you can fix everything. Well, I can help you with this, but maybe you shouldn't. Well, and you stretch yourself so thin. I went through a period of time where I just thought I was invincible. I could help everyone with their problems, and it was false. And so we can't help everyone. We keep an eye on stuff, and when the spirit touches us or whispers in our ear or yells at us or kicks us in the groin and says, "You need to go help with this one." Okay. So your spirit guides will let you know when you need to. I was briefing my team about what we do. Crap. A big storm. Okay, yeah. Yeah, staying up a lot is not good. I was briefing my team what we do in our next on our mission. It lasted all night and day. Even saw it when I opened my eyes. We were learning. Wait, come back here, damn it. I'm telling you, the brain heals itself in amazing ways. You're never the exact same. You will learn minor adjustments that will benefit you, but for the most part, you're okay and back to functioning without even knowing how it came about. Sometimes they tell me how it came about, but that's something else. I have my own ship with my team, personable Merkaba, mostly pink. Spirits are always honest and clear. Yep. Now, I had some I had some negative energies attached to me, and they were giving me false information. I mean, really bad. And it was a couple of years ago, and I wasn't on air for like a month, and I told everybody, I said, "Look, I'm getting bad information. I don't trust whatever's going on, and I love you, but I don't trust the information I'm getting." And so, whatever was going on up yonder, there was some issues, but me and my spirit guys, I said, "Look, we got to go back to. I don't trust y'all right now." And apparently, another entity was like throwing things into the stream or something. I'm not quite sure, but they worked it out, and there is a firewall in there. And all the information I've been getting from my folks upstairs has been good. The cards that I've pulled for people and stuff has just been, they worked out. They amaze me sometimes. My mama had anorexic brain damage. She healed and relearned. Yep. I was talking about when I couldn't wake up, David. I was on my ship briefing. Oh, I understand. I did get that wrong. Well, no, I didn't. I think I got it right. Yeah, I don't. I've talked about this briefly, but they told me a couple of years ago that because of my speaking abilities and so forth in this dimension, the awards I've gotten for extemporaneous speaking and so forth, storytelling, and one reason why I'm here for this, I was an ambassador that had no political ties to anything, but that my true belief and my true cause is to follow the law of one, which is to do no harm. And so they asked me to be the communicator. And I woke up in this giant, oh my God, hall that's sort of like in the Star Wars movies where they're in the middle of the all of the Senate and everything. It was bigger than that. It was immense. And I had translators, and I was to give a speech. I did give the speech. And I remembered a lot of it for a couple of days because they had me rehearsing it. And I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but I didn't. But it was a very, very, very interesting period. And so whenever I go to Dalton, wow, I've been out for a day, man. What the hell? What? Because I always feel hungover for some reason after an 18-hour sleep period. Negative entities actually are a necessary part of our journey. Yes, we can't focus on them though. I learned years ago during my pre-training as a shaman and ceremonies, and learned that I was like, y'all blue meanies, stay away. All you dark entities, you're not allowed here, and you got to go away. And I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I'm proclaimed, and they whooped my ass and taught me, look, we have every right to be here. You can't tell us what to do. And then my attitude drastically changed to Steve, how are you, my friend? To all the spirits around, for those who wish to who have positive energy and wish to share, you are absolutely welcome to participate. For those spirits who are on the fence, neither good nor bad, if you want to participate with good energy, you are welcome. But for those negative entities that may be here, I ask that you do not participate unless you want to participate in the positive, but allow us to do the ceremony without interruption. So I was having spirits like literally throwing baseballs at me, kind of thing, to that. Then they just kind of like watched. And then they were like, man, there's nothing going on here. And they would just leave me alone. But when I took the at first, I was demanding them to get off my property. I'm the savior of this place, and I'm going to protect this river, and I'm going to protect these woods, and they kicked my ass, and I went, oh, we were here before you, nanny nanny boo boo. Yeah, that's probably true. And then finding the portal in the backyard that I've talked about and going, well, then asking my spirit guides, and now what do I do? And they said, you've got to honor them. Yeah, but they're negative energies. I mean, they whooped my ass. Well, you deserved it. What? Yeah, you don't go around demanding things like that. No. Then what should I do? You acknowledge their presence. If you're here, please let us proceed without interference. I honor you and your presence. Please honor us and allow us to. So, by honoring them, just because they're there, and they want to mess with us, But when you bring the word honor in, I honor who you are. Don't have to like you worth a shit, right? But I honor who you are. If you're a negative entity, you do what you do, okie dokie. I honor who you are. Please honor us. And that changed everything. It really did. Now, there have been a few times where it seems like there's somebody wants to kind of like poke in just to mess with me, you know what I mean? But um, from what it has been these last few years, considering my attitude back when I was first starting this seriously 10 years ago, I learned right on in the no, you can't do it that way. So whether we like the critters or not, whether we agree with whatever their gross eating habits are, or whatever, or the fact they have three noses, whatever, 12 nostrils and 10 eyes, okay. But to the point, though, you honor them for who they are and just ask them, honor me, honor us. So, that's all. Now, not all critters, I will absolutely say, yeah, because we ain't got enough power, Barry. We just don't speak power to things that are negative. Nope. We look for the positive things around the negative. With harm to none and benefit to all, I'm ready to proceed. Neutral entities can be challenging and a great asset to have on your side. That's why I've always included them on the fence, as I put it. Any of y'all entities out there that are on the fence that want to join in a positive, ceremony, you're welcome. To all those who do not wish to be positive with this ceremony, I'm asking you to honor us and allow us to proceed. I mean, just, yeah, it's made all the difference. And I think during my demanding stage, there were some entities that weren't really negative, but because I was so demanding, they wanted to put me in my place. And they did. you know, there are things to help us grow in our journey through strength or knowledge. I tell them they are respectfully welcome and be present, but I have special mirrors up, so just know if you try to project. So, uh-huh. Here's an odd thing I'm going to try to explain. Okay. When I made the change in my, you know, literally my projection of I'm gonna, all you evil spirits go away, and to the fact that I see you over there, you know, and I give them a nod, and um, maybe I've been lucky, but it's almost like I. A lot of times I go back to my Carney days, and because there were a lot of crowds, a lot of people, a lot of commotion, a lot of different. Every day was different, 20 minutes in an evening could mean all the difference in the world as to the people within the crowd and the attitude of hundreds and sometimes 1,000 people or more. And you don't want to piss a bunch of them off, like what happened to us in Cuthbert when they had a riot and shut us down, and we couldn't go back to Cuthbert anymore, which is just northwest up here. But anyway, but to the point. So something spiritually, I kind of see I use my experience in the carnival. Like there are certain folks you could tell if you had to go down the midway, for example. I was a runner at times where you went and I was the relief guy because I could run every ride. I could go run the Rocco plane and relieve the guys for supper. Then I could go down to the octopus and relieve them guys. Then I could go down to the train and relieve that person. Then I could go over to the, to um, the scrambler and run that one, and they could go to lunch or whatever. So having had that, um, you have to go through the crowd, and you have to go through the crowd quick. So I was really adept at it by, there's a group of really loud, drunk white guys, rednecks, sure enough, just don't want to mess with, don't want to bump into them. You don't, and so you find a way to kind of sneak around them in the crowd, and you do your best to avoid them. So you acknowledge them if you have to go by them. Hi, how y'all doing? But you keep walking, right? So in a way, dealing with some of these quote negative entities, um, spearmint tea with honey. That sounds good. I do feel that not only are against. Sometimes we don't listen. Well, here's the other thing too. So when I'm in the spirit world of stuff, I have looked at it that you know I ain't got enough juice like to make them disappear. I ain't God, right? And it's not my place to make them disappear, but it is my place to be respectful to them, and maybe by being respectful, they will respect me back, and you know um, and not create an issue. And welcome them in. Say, look, you can participate if you want to come and join in a positive energy. Um, Otherwise, I respectfully ask you to just watch, and leave it at that. And believe for me, because one of the things that I was having an issue with was I was like, guys, they're not going to leave me alone. They've kicked my ass before. And they were like, yes, but you've changed. Your attitude, your presence has changed. And they're going to see it, feel it, and know it before you ever get near them. And I was like, what? Yeah. In fact, there are some of them that probably know that you've already learned your lesson because they're hanging around in your backyard, kind of thing. And I was like, what? You mean they're listening in? Well, yeah. Holy crap. So, my attitude right now, as I'm speaking about this, any entities that are hanging around could be listening. I still mean it. Y'all are welcome to be here as long as you don't, start no shit. Don't stop, nothing won't be nothing. And I'm asking out of respect, you know, um, and it seems to be working. So, without fear. Now, what I was getting at, Linda, I do not feel that all negative experiences are against us. Okay. There are some shadow spirits that aren't negative at all, but they live in the darkness. They live there. It's not they're shadow people, but it's not that there's anything shadowy about them or negative in any way. Now, sometimes these shadow folks, because they're in the shadows, observe things that we may not really want to pay attention to. And so, as a shadow being, they will show us something that is not necessarily to our liking, whatever it might be. So, folks say, well, that's a negative being because I got, maybe not. It might be a reflection. I know I'm very stubborn and get stuck where I'm not growing. I've been Buddha. Yeah. Um, Doing this video tonight or this morning is sort of, I got kicked in the butt to do it. Um, and so, was it a negative thing? You know, there are all of you hanging out right now. So for me, I was like, man, I don't want to do no video, and blah 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 blah, and I'm itchy all over, and I'm cranky, and what the hell you want me to talk about anyway? And they was like, this right here. Oh, okay, and it does seem appropriate. So, being stubborn is one thing, you know, and being self-destructive is another. It's 3:18 in the AM time, and but those shadow beings sometimes have some really good information. But and there are some beings who would disguise themselves as shadow beings. However, if you've learned to feel positive, negative, then you'll know they're faking it, you know, usually. That made you chuckle. But so, and there was a couple of cards that I have pulled over these last few months, and I can't remember which critter, but it talks about that not all shadow beings are bad, and that there are lessons, you know, in the darkness from those shadow beings. It's just because that's where they live. I mean, you know, I'm a second shift person. You know, it's 3:19 a.m. in the morning time here on the East Coast, and I'm awake chatting with y'all. So obviously, I'm not quote the daytime person that a lot of other people are. So, and I've always been this way, working on the carnival at night, working second shifts and all. So this is so in a way I'm a shadow being, uh working in the shadows or whatever, you know, but anyway. And I've been called an evil being too, that some of the stuff I discuss is blasphemous and all that, but it's coming on 30 seconds any minute now, actually any second. It's 4:20 in Nova Scotia. or in or in the no, no, I don't think the Bahamas is far enough over. But anyway, yep. Smoke it be got 'em, my friends. I'm trying a new flavor tonight, and yum yum is all I got to say. Yum yum. Oh, and my dear old pipe got so clogged yesterday, it was pathetic. Now I'm going to go off topic for a minute, but um, some things. If you have a pipe, there are instruments of um, destruction, as I've called, to get the tar out and clean it out or whatever. And so here recently, because there have been little nicks in places I couldn't get in this particular pipe, um, an old guitar string folded in half, not one of the bigger ones, but somewhere like in the middle as far as diameter, and push it down in there and scrape it around and pull it out. Man, I was getting great big old chunks of a tar. I don't think there was any nicotine in it, but a lot of tar. Oh my God, I got it all over me. But a guitar string also, I went, I've been some places to get pipe cleaners, and they went like $8 for a package of like 10 or something like that. It's like nuts. So you go into Walmart or one of those places, and you go down with the arts and crafts, okay? And then you get pipe cleaners for arts and crafts, and you can pick them up for a couple of dollars. Do you care if they're black ones or white ones or blue ones? Not if your pipe is clogged. But I also want to give you another tip that some folks, if a pipe gets clogged, and what do I do? Okay, in the old days, we used denatured alcohol with some of that old bad Mexican weed we got in the 70s and 80s, and we made hash oil out of it. And you soak the weed in the denatured alcohol, and it sticks when, because the denatured alcohol evaporates so quickly, it leaves the tar behind. So you do it in a bowl so you could literally scrape it out with a spatula. So, but to loosen it up, to get it out of the weed, it will also, how do you get it out of the bowl once it sticks to it? And how do you get tar out of a pipe? So, denatured alcohol is sold at hardware stores, and sometimes it's a little hard to get. But I was told this, oh God, 30 years ago, kind of thing, or more, that when you go to CVS or the pharmacy or whatever, and you look at the alcohol, look at what's on it. Some will say 18% or 15% isopropyl, then some will say 30% or what. I mean, so I did not know that they had different grades of alcohol. So there's one that's like 94% or something. It's in there in the bathroom. But that it it's only a couple of dollars at the dollar store, you know. Oh, old drill bits are great, but here's the thing: I couldn't get this tar ball out because it just would not come out. This particular pipe, Steve, has a stainless steel insert right there, and I can't get it out. So there's only tiny little holes to like work into, and I'm working out of this hole, but nothing actually goes through. And so there was a tar ball in there. It must have been that big around. I mean, I could move it around in there, and I could feel it jiggle. Um, but anyway, so and old drill bits are great, but and this is a different situation from my other pipe. So, but I've moved on to how do I get this one unclogged, and an old guitar string and a pipe cleaner from my arts and craft kids days when I was teaching puppetry and stuff. I'm like, ooh, look at this. So, but now back to the alcohol thing. There are some pipes and things and stuff you just can't get drill bits. You'll get them unclogged or whatever, but you really want to clean it. Get the hold that. I want to get the bottle of alcohol so I can show you. So they make different grades of alcohol, rubbing alcohol. Now, this is 91% isopropyl alcohol for treatment of minor cuts and scrapes. First aid, antiseptic, topical, antimicrobial. All right. Now, but and you can probably see my fingerprints on here from the tar from the inside of that bowl. It's all over this thing. I had it all over me for criminy sake. It was nasty, plugged up. But I poured this into it, right down in, took the end off and poured some right in here and sloshed it around. Everclear? I don't know what that is. Tina, for cleaning. Yeah, but here's the point. Getting denatured alcohol is a pain in the butt. But in most applications, the 91% fills in. I mean, I used to do woodwork and refinishing work and stuff, and there were times where you needed denatured alcohol. Well, it's expensive. And I could buy, let's see. Oh, I thought the price tag was on here. I think it was like $1.98 or two something. Not very expensive, right? Especially these days. But um, it it's a whole lot easier to get your hands on this when denatured alcohol, not so much. And the cost is really prohibitive. But I've used it on uh, certain applications that you need alcohol, like um, shellac. I love working with shellac. I've done puppets and cabinets and things with shellac. Um, but the um, real moonshine works too. What is Everclear? But anyway, so when I couldn't get denatured alcohol, and I was working with puppets, I did a lot of paper mache, and then covered the paper mache with shellac, and it gives it a really good hard coating, and it's made from crushed up beetles or something. But anyway, the only thing that'll take it out of your brush is alcohol. All right, denatured alcohol. So I always had a little bottle with my puppet stuff, a little bottle, a little thing of shellac. And if I needed a touch up, I'd shellac it real quick and then dump it in that isopropyl 91% alcohol and clean the brush up right away. So, but anyway, so it works for shellac and it works on other things that are gummy, and it really works well to clean out a pipe. Now, after I cleaned it 3 times with the alcohol and blew through it and got it out, then I not that the alcohol will hurt you, it just tastes funny. So I rinsed it out with water, just held it up to the the where the water comes out and sprayed it through, and then wiped it down, dried it, and then filled the bowl up and smoked it. It was fine. It's been fine. So, but anyway, for those of you who don't know, I would have a bottle of this around just for the hell of it. 91%. And it's not that much different than regular. So, but however you see it, those are my tips on it. And going back to the spirits in the dark, um, there was a certain point back when I did the 100.1% thing of believing. Believe, 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 believe. Believe in yourself, believe in your angels, believe in, and I mean, even if I get killed, okie dokie, but I just feel so much protected, and I'm not always worrying about it or thinking about it or making sure I'm protected. Now there are times when I know that I'm going into brambles, and so I am going to be more aware. But as soon as I accepted that I was protected, even if something got through, they were still going to try to get between me and the bullet, for example, and going to do their best and at least warn me, so I can intervene versus just getting blindsided. All right. Everybody's different in that respect, but I was worried about it way too much. And so they said, Dave, Hawkeye, do you believe us? Well, yeah. No, you don't. Well, yeah, I do. No, you don't. Well, what do you mean I don't? Well, because you're still worried about this. Well, no, I know you. And tell the truth. Well, I'm still worried that some negative thing's going to come in and you can't. No, we got you. But now we got you. You believe us, yes or no? And so you have to go through that. And whatever it means to you, you got to go through it. And no amount of explanation on my part, or from anybody else for that matter, I would say, um, yeah, the highest liquor. Now, I have equated this to living in the swamp and not worrying about snakes. But here's the thing, I'm always aware of my surroundings. I'm always not looking for snakes, but aware of my surroundings, which is different. Because if I'm aware of my surroundings, then I'll notice a snake. Okay. So that's sort of like, but are what about snakes? Hey, good morning, Vietnam. Hey, Roman, how are you? Good morning, South Georgia. My clock still says 2:35, because I refuse to move it up. But, um, for those Dante folkses, um, the the speech that um, Anthony Hopkins gives about when I was a young boy and I met this shaman and the spiritual and believe, believe, believe. You know, there are so many levels of believe, 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 but it is so true. Um, so there are times when well, I'm thinking about going on the river in the morning, or because tomorrow is going to be like the right height. Anybody want to come to the river with me tomorrow? Please, please come. But I might even leave Duggar here. But um, I know that I can paddle, and I believe I can get out of most situations on being on the river. But it also means that I don't go on the river and try to do things that might push my limit to the point of where I could get drowned or knocked over or get hurt or something. Oh, Everclear is a liquor. Thank you. I was thinking it. You picked it up. Thank you. What did I assume? I had this cry from in my head. It's hard to tell what the avatar is. Yeah, since I don't drink liquor anymore, there are certain things I'm honestly just not aware of. But in the grand scheme of things in the universe, though, so believing that you're strong enough, especially if you don't go poke your finger in the devil's eye and ask for it, if you will be aware enough and self-aware enough that during most circumstances, I got this, and that you got it, period, and you believe it. So there is this aura that you carry with you that is that and it is your armor, and it's your armor of belief. It's a weird feeling. You don't have to overthink it. You don't have to put any extra energy in it, because when you believe that 100.1%, then it's just there. And if you're walking into a hornet's nest, now there are times when, if you're going to walk into a hornet's nest, put on a long sleeve shirt or put on a bee helmet, or do something. If you know you're going to walk into a bee's nest, hornet's nest. When I'm walking in the woods, I always try to take a walking stick with me. Why? Because if I meet a critter along the way, I can shove them, shoo them, or otherwise have them between me and the snake, right? Or whatever else it might be. And it's also for balance, which comes in handy for me. But it's more than one thing. But anyway, so if you believe that you are protected, then you're going to know that certain circumstances You're going to wear a helmet if you're in a hard hat area. You're going to wear boots if it's going to be wet. You're going to, you should have common sense. So as long as you follow procedures, you should be okay in everything, right? Rather than worrying about, well, I don't know if my feet are going to get wet. You taking your boots? Yeah. Then you shouldn't have a problem. Well, okay. Then quit worrying about your shoes getting wet if you're taking your boots and the water's only this deep, and you got knee boots. You're going to be good. Calm down. So believing that your shoes ain't going to get wet or whatever, it just takes away a lot of stress, anxiety, and your self awareness improves. Your aura gets a different color because there's no anxiety in it. Because I don't know if my shoes are going to get wet. So I know that's kind of looking at it simply. Uh, yeah, breathing's good. And learning to control your breathing before you go into it is excellent. Also, good, Roman. We bought Everclear when I was make purple. Yeah, I got my coffee too. I've been talking way too much. Oh, is ST in the house? Oh God, I'm looking right at you and I didn't say hi. The new video shows. Hey Zach Moon, how are you? Been watching from, but yeah, walking sticks are vital down here. Oh, you're in Nicaragua? Oh God, I knew some folks that had property down there way back. The dogs, huh? It just it's just good to have to help you walk kind of thing, but with bad knees and bad backs, they come in handy. But Nicaragua, huh? Wow. Good to see you. I hope you're well, Zach. I had friends that traveled back and forth way back in the 70s. There's big, buy property in Nicaragua, and a bunch of them moved down, and some of them never came back, and some of them were never heard of again, and some of them didn't want to go back. So, anyway, yeah, coffee, absolutely. And we got to say hi to Bob. And oh, and by the way, my show the other night about, when I was talking about the Moore Act and everything, the first one I did, it was choppy, the chat wouldn't work. And I told Elderberry, I said, I'm gonna get off of here and I'm gonna change the title and get right back on, which is exactly what I did. Now, for those of you who are around, there were very few glitches the second time around, and it was all because I changed the title of the video. The More Act wasn't in it. The senator vote, tell your senator, and they hit me while it was going on. 1 minute of stopping it, starting a new one, but simply saying more part two was the title. Bob and the AI and whatever was going on acted so different. Now tell me that shit ain't real. You hear me? And I've been warning people about be careful what you put in your titles. No, 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 no. And then they have glitches and this and that. The other night was like proof to me that, yeah, AI is listening for whatever, but we still love you, Bob. And I would share coffee and a donut anytime with you. It's 3:40 a.m. It's 20 minutes past 20. Had to throw a 20 in there. But no, it's interesting to watch what's developing around. There are now, for example, CIA agents who are coming out of the woodwork saying that they were they were abductees, and that yeah, but they've been working for the CIA for a long time. Blah blah blah. Okay, so there are some folks out there who are wondering if they ain't going to try to um, spin the false, fake, or whatever kind of alien invasion thingy on us. Like they're working on it right now because they've run out of all other kind of stuff now. Snake venom in water or in the shots, right? They shadow ban my comments all the time, no matter the words I use. I think I made the list at some point. Yep, way back when I was making certain comments and chats and things, and I learned I needed to just. It's fun to play with words, right? And to try to get your point across with very few words, but that people will understand what you mean. you know, uh, a species, huh? In the the shots scratch. Now, I heard somebody said it was in water. But it's got to do with snake venom in something. Okay, I missed where it was at. You couldn't get in the chat on the second one. That's interesting. Yeah, the snake venom story. It it reminds me. I swear to God, of the island of Doctor Moreau. Okay. Uh, oh man, let's see. I don't think it was Edgar Allan Poe. I can't remember who wrote The Island of Dr. Moreau. Um, but anyway, it's there have been several movies done on it. I'd be more concerned with everything. Yeah, there are a lot of folks that were talking about graphene way back in the day, and folks were taking it, doing this, and it's in the pokey, right? But now it came out as it's been in all the pokes, synthetic version, but they found it in the water as part of the narrative. In the water, in the serum, Linda, which is supposed to be like distilled water, but did Jules Verne write The Island of Dr. Moreau? Hmm, I'm gonna have to check that. Um, but he was doing all these weird things to sailors that had washed up on the island and stuff, and nobody knew about the island. And anyway, there's also this black goo, huh? Yeah. Well, for those of you who have listened to Dante, the black goo that came out of the Gulf of Mexico uh, as the result of that quote accident that happened with the deep horizon thingy and all the pollution in the ocean, and now that's all the way around the planet, was the essence of this really evil, wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty mother frickin' bitch. And that they couldn't kill her, so the best thing they could do was just lock her away. And the bad guys didn't break her out, but broke her essence out. And that is the other black goo, okay, versus what they found down in the Falkland Islands, black goo. So, but this essence black goo is like beyond nasty. It's beyond. The T man kept telling the snake bite, Watch the water. Oh, watch the water. BP. Yeah, my phone playing with the immortal cell line from the '60s. That's in all of them too. I'm studying this whole thing. Orwell. Oh, that movie, Venom. Yeah. Well, there was also, but the island of Dr. Moreau, he was he was using different types of snake venom on some of the prisoners, or the sailor. They were prisoners, but changing them into monsters. Um, Tom Hardy. Now, just in conversation, um, if it's any kind of venom, would that be from the reptilian side of things, in that they're trying to convert us versus kill us? But oh, Zach, Watch the Water is the name of the documentary that first reported the snake venom. Oh, high levels. Uh, I see. Okay, that's where Tom Hardy came in. Okay, Watch the Water. Um, is it like a YouTube platform, or what kind of platform is it on? Is it on Tubi or something? Okay, I love my cold coffee. It's 3:30 a.m. in the morning time. Happy hoppy Easter. I know that rabbit's out there with his little cottontail, and they're all peeing on them eggs. Um, there's one in particular rabbit that just likes to lick on every one of them. So, don't lick your eggs if you know, because you ain't got no idea what them rabbits did to them eggs when they put them out there in them grass. You know. I found rabbit fecal tissue on my hard boiled egg. It was colored green and brown. What? Oh, that was the feces. Oh, Lord have mercy, Nellie. I did not know that rabbits were like that. Just like, rabbit walking through the woods one day and he comes up on a Mr. Bear. He comes around this big old bear, and there's a big old bush, and there's bear just taking a squat. And he stops and he goes, "Goodness, Mr. Bear." And he goes, "Well, hi there, Mr. Rabbit." He goes, "By the way," he says, "does poo stick to your fur?" And Rabbit goes, "No, no, 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 sir, Mr. Bear." And he goes, "Good." And he reaches over and grabs the rabbit and uses him like toilet paper. Rabbit learned not to be so honest next time. Rumbles too, Peters, on the water when the sea agents on were hit. Alien ray and humans pregnant with alien babies. Yep. And Miss Linda, I don't know how long some of you have been around. Oh, did you? Wait, I missed something. Oh, I do remember now. I know this much. There's been a lot of information that's just been, you know, we've all heard it about ascension and this and that, and oh, enlightened beings, and we're all going to be on this, and I just got to say that I keep waiting, I keep watching. Um, oh, Mr. T, yeah, yeah. I found this story about the Snake Clan and how the young man, and I don't remember where I got the story from, um, but I used to tell the story with puppets because I had a snake puppet and I had a little princess puppet, and so I told the story in puppets. Um, and I told this story for years through the powwow circuits and so forth. And it's a cute story, and I could make it, really good with the snake and the little princess and so forth. But the idea that there seems to be more to some of the other stories as well. I mean, for those of you, oh man, Billy Jack, the son of Billy Jack or something. Anyway, the kicking guy and the motorcycle and all that out on the Indian reservation, and he goes through a snake ceremony in either the first or second movie. I can't remember which. And so, to voluntarily go through the snake ceremony. Okay, I don't know. I just don't know. Now I have been done the buried in the ground thing and the darkness thing, and that's creepy in and of itself. But I always knew that it was a hole in the ground. I always knew where I was, and so for other people it might have been creepy, but as a kid we used to dig holes in the ground and make tunnels and shut stuff that collapsed on us because down in Tampa ain't nothing but sand, and it's really bad to dig in as far as, but we dug forts under the ground and covered them with straw and stuff, because in the summertime it's hotter than a screwball, and as a kid, we had to play outside, so we had underground uh, forts and things, hidden, so there'd be 6 or 8 kids in this hole in the ground covered with pine straw and stuff, and then the next door neighbors wouldn't even know we were there. I spent a picture about Ishtar. You brought it up exactly when the water story came out. Never knew there was a reason the snake killed the man. Well, um, that's the backstory. That he bit the snake bit him, and it is true to that point. Well, what do you expect? I'm a snake. So, but then, but you promised, and had rabbit hate as their totem. Rabbit totem. That's interesting. And there's so many different stories about goddess, god this, that, and the other thing that, I have, having watched Dante now for a bunch of years, because as soon as the Alien Races book came out, I knew about Dante. And that's been a long time ago. So I watched him through different reiterations and different YouTube channels, and then they reposted one of the videos that I did, and then I realized somebody's watching me. Hey, Michelle, how are you? I had an original album from Jefferson Airplane, See the White Rabbit. One pill makes you larger, and the other makes you small. And the one that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Then go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits, and you'll know, da da da. Yeah, 69. I had the album and bought it at a yard sale because, people didn't like that shit back then. And I was huffing glue, putting airplane models together, unbeknownst to me that I was getting high. I wonder why my brain was screwed on sideways. But then later on, I was like, oh my God. And then I smoked pot a couple of months later when I got out of high school. And then, uh, like a couple of months after I got out of high school, I had a four-way hit of White Sunshine and learned what acid was. you know, oh, that was fun. I still think I'm still messed up on that four-way hit back then in 1970. Wee, that was fun. But anyway, thank you. Uh, you too, Michelle. All of it's connected to the deities. Even the president to bring back or Cyrus. All the red pill, blue pill goes way back for centuries. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand. Um, Jade Empress story in China links to rabbit on the moon. Imagine of its ears. The rabbit is linked to the full moon. The full moon now signifies spring arrival. Also, it's all fertility. Yeah, them rabbits can reproduce. I used to raise rabbits for pets, not to eat. I just couldn't eat one of them. I have, you know, but like I raised a bunch of chickens, but I never ate them. I always ate their eggs. But rabbits don't lay eggs except at Easter time. Right. Ooh, seeing a little rabbit squat and go, you can hear when the chickens will go, and they're fixing to lay an egg. But I never heard that from a rabbit. I've heard them squeal when they get caught by a snake and it's trying to eat it. You want to be a rabbit in your next life? I don't know. I'm getting you too, my friend. Thank you, Steve. And thank you for the letter. And I'll let you know when it gets there because stuff like that in mail, it's nice to know it arrived. You know, I just posted a pic that shows where Easter eggs came from. I don't, chocolate Easter eggs, where they came from. Insanity Claus. So, in this weirdness of time, reading articles and stuff. And so Congress wants to make the make the law that says we y'all have pushed time forward and I have refused for the last 3 or 4 years to move my clocks. They're still they're still on Eastern Standard or Central Time. You know, I'm now linked up with with Barry and Michelle and folks. Good night, Steve. Thank you much. Be safe yourself. Um, my channeling recent first thing was the white rabbit ears. Then I have dug camps underground, covered the roof. No one knew we was there. Yeah, ain't that right? Yeah, we had a bunch of them where in the and the interesting thing was I met we went in my neighborhood. There were several Catholics, David Fredericks, and I can't think of the Dillon boys or something. And then there was this other folks that lived, a couple blocks of this way, and there was me and my family who were Catholic. So several of us went to the same school, but were just a grade off, right? Um, Either in front of or behind. So, but the din- it starts with the dinners. Anyway, yeah. So there were some empty lots behind their house, and there was an empty lot across the street from us. But then we knew of some other lots that were like one block down and one block over. There, back in those days, the neighborhoods were not full. There were a lot of empty lots and some really neat woods in a small area. So us kids were in and out of there all the time. But we found out later on that um, they had underground forts just beyond where we was allowed to go and play. Well, you can't go past this point. If I catch you, blah blah blah. And so it's like, okay. And I was so terrified of Bessie that for somehow she knew if we had gone a half a block further or something. How she knew, I don't know. But she was this psychotic bitch that pretended to be our mother. Um, so with that said, but we found out later on that they were sneaking over to see how we had built ours, but we couldn't go to where their fort was, but theirs was like just like ours, and we was like 2 blocks away from each other, and they were doing the same damn things in their little huts in the ground as we were. And since the Korean War had just come out, the Vietnam War was just starting, so there was a lot of World War II stuff out there with men in foxholes and covered over, and so it wasn't hard for us to envision or play war. And so we did. It was something, instead of cowboys and Indians, that was fun. But at the time, playing war was like, that was when a lot of those really great war movies were made back in the day. So, and a lot of the actors like Jimmy Stewart and some of them, they were actually in World War II. So, as pilots and so forth. And so, um, um, the guy that played McHale's Navy, I can't think, it was Ernest Borgnine. Ernest Borgnine was on Iwo Jima during World War II. He was a Marine, and there were these other actors and so forth who, who flew bombing missions over, into Germany and stuff. I mean, okay, um, but they never made it like a part of their thing. Like Jimmy Stewart, how many missions that he flew, and Ernest Borgnine wasn't always going around and telling people, that he was a Marine, and I mean, they just did it. Like that man that ran the carnival, Mr. Stanko, that he had after he died, we found out that he had received a Purple Heart, and the Medal of Honor from the president back then because of his actions um, during the Battle of the Bulge in World War II. And I used to sit every evening and ride with him, and they did great things, these people, and but they just went on with their lives. It's amazing. The folks that I've known over the years that I found out later on, they did some heroic feat or something. I'm like, what? You know, yeah, did you know blah, blah, blah? No. Did you know that? No. And one gentleman around Christmas every year, he just kind of disappeared. He wasn't at any parties or, just kind of just blended off. Then to come to find out that he was in Vietnam during the Tet Offensive, and that's almost all of the guys in his patrol and in the tent that he was in and the bivouacs and so forth that were murdered, and he made it out with barely a scratch. But he had killed two gooks that had snuck into their tent or whatever, and that how horrible it was, and so Christmas time was just not his favorite time of year, you know. And but he never said anything to anybody. And I asked his wife one time, I said, I know I'm being nosy, but he won't say anything. He doesn't have to go into a great discussion, but why? What's up? And she said, remember the Tet Offensive? And I said, yes. And I went, oh, that's all she had to say. I mean, and then later on, he opened up more, and he told us why he was so quiet at Christmas time, and that he woke up, with gunfire and the death of all of his buddies that he had been partying with, and Christmas Eve, they go to sleep, and you wake up and they're all dead. You know that'd be traumatic on any day of the year. But so we never know what somebody's actually been through in the trauma department or the drama department. Um, I know that the first 3 years of my life being tossed around, I was in 6 different foster homes in my first 3 years of life. And whatever they did to me, it was messed up. But Linda, here's one thing I don't know if I've mentioned uh, since you've joined. Back when I was, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, in that time period, living in Tampa on Margaret Avenue, um, I'd wake up in the morning with my hands, like this, and my chin on my hands, looking out the window and staring up at this star cluster, and it was Pleiades. And I didn't know what it was at the time, but then later on, I learned what it was. I was, I literally wanted to be an astronomer, and I went to college for it, and then had a bad accident and I had to bow out. But I've always been fascinated with the sky and the cosmos to the point where I was literally wanted to be a licensed, go to college astronomer. Instead, it's been you know, I'm an amateur, you know. But when I found out, oh, little seven, oh, that seven sisters, oh, seven, the number seven, right? Okay, but if you've ever looked at the constellation through binoculars or something, there's a whole lot more than seven stars. Pleiades is a whole bunch of stuff in there. But so I've had a lot of visionary kind of things, and there are a lot of folks, well, I know King Pachlapla or something from the Palladian Force, and I know this person and from Palladian this and that. And I just go, okay, well, but, and they said this and they said that, and this is going to happen. Well, so far, the folks who are supposed to have these conversations with these Palladian folk, they have not been very accurate, if at all. So I try not to claim a race, but every time I ask the question, they go, "Yeah, you are." Not strictly Palladian, but I'm not from this one over here. I am from Pleiades. And that's why I have this looking at the star, blah, 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 and all the way back. And for myself, I wonder if I haven't or wasn't, um, you know, somehow I'm abducted as a child because I had these vivid dreams of the old green that they used in hospitals back in the 40s and 50s and into the 60s. That horrible, god awful green, pea green, yucky stuff. But anyway, and being and running in a tunnel, being chased by something really big. Hey Tracy, well, it is. Oh man, I'm here for another hour. How about that? And I've been sitting here not really paying attention to time, just kind of doing my own thing over here. But um, I do feel some kind of star connection, but I can't prove any of it, and it's okay. But at the same time, I don't try to make it like, I'm Palladian and I know this person or that one, and nah, no, no. But I know somehow, just because of stuff, that I seem to be connected in some way with information with the Charistas and Dante's group, and I've gotten messages that yeah, they're watching, and yeah, I'm there is a protection for me and some of the stuff I discuss, and and that my mission that I was told from Mother Mary all them years ago when I was 11 or 12, that it is going on now, and it was connected back then to now, and just okay, and it might be that some of those angel beings that got me out of some really bad incidents, from me literally being electrocuted, drowned, shot, uh, missing in the woods for days, and um, that I had to have been had some angel protection for whatever purpose. But I realize now part of it was because I would just made some really stupid decisions. But part of it was also that I could experience these things in to better understand this role of a shaman in that the spiritual journey. How do we attain a higher level of thought? How can we, you know, um, Drake Bailey talks about it. And it's very true. And there are things that I have learned, and Drake has talked about, along with Dante has talked about some things and some other folks. But in my heart, I kind of know it's right, because in some of these things, it's all about discernment. Well, here's a picture. Yeah, but what does that picture mean to you? Or what is it? This writer wrote this poem. There once was a man from Nantucket who carried his in a bucket. And never did he fail to fall on his tail. And at last he just said, so, there once was a man from Nantucket. Okay, if you hear those words, it's a limerick, right? and you know it ain't going to be clean. But here's the thing. So you're aware of it, right? So you can understand that if you see something about to happen, it's like listening to the first couple of notes of a song. You know what the rest of the song is. So in reality, um, your discernment is, I hear these three notes, but is it to, you know, is it three notes to the Battle Hymn of the Republic, or is it to a pop song? Linda says, I agree. I've had a lot about the Seven Sisters and the Orion group this past 3 years. Some point, also been shown most of what people say. I just find them just making shit up, Linda, in my humble opinion. My star chart shows drama. Essay as a watchman. Iranian embassy siege, London K. Took him 3 months to tell me he was in. All he said was, I slipped. Yeah, I was staying with way back. I was still in my teens. I think I was like 19, but I was still in my teens. Staying with some folks, and he was fresh back from Vietnam, and he was a waist gunner on a Huey, and in and out of twice a day. Take somebody in and come back, go back in for them later on and come back. So, you know, crossing over enemy territory and being shot at from all angles. And he'd been shot in the leg, shot in the arm, and grazed in his shoulder or chest or something. And he slept with a knife. And he was sleeping on the couch and come home from work. And I was renting a room with him because we were all poor back in those days. And so I come out from taking a shower, and the wife says, go wake up. And I'm like, okay, but you had to get a broomstick to do it. And I was like, hey, Charles, wake up, Charles, and just did poke him with the end of the broomstick, and his face was to the couch, and he came out with this knife like a Bowie knife, right? Which I was like, he sleeps with it like that. I mean, and he was out and had hit that broomstick, and I was so glad I wasn't any closer. And I was like, dude, it's me, Dave. Wake up, time for supper. And oh, thank you, Tracy. And he calmed down, but man, shoot, edgy. But he had just been home for like 3 or 4 months when I met him. So, but edgy. Yeah. Well, when I moved to Georgia, I've lost contact with a lot of those folks, and but man, I hope he made it through. He wasn't too much older than me. He was a nice guy, knew a lot about cars and stuff, and I still remember that short time I spent with him, 6, 8, 9 months, something like that. But enough to remember. I don't remember the names, but I do remember. I can see their faces and the place and all that. So um, he blew the windows out, and then he and his comrades stormed in. They rescued everyone, killed on. Yeah, humble guy. Yep. Arcturians, they the ones who hate control systems. Here's the thing, Zach. Hey, Miss Sheila. Happy Easter to you too, girl. I saw that picture of you and that big old toiki. Here's the thing, Zach, and to all of you, actually. I listen, there are folks that talk about the Palladians. I listen, okay. And then in discernment, which I brought up a few minutes ago, um, my spirit guides and folks, they go, uh-uh. And I go, what about? And they go, no, no. But is that, no, they just shake their head, you know. And then there are times where they go, well, part of it's true. Which part? Well, you think about it. Okay. And then there are times when I just go, yep, that's true. Yep, that's true. Now I get more sometimes where they go, well, some of that's true in my discernment. So I just ask them, well, I've been watching channels and watching ET stuff since I was a little kid, watching ET around here and all this stuff, you know. Okay, you ain't got to convince me that they're there, okay? That's the last thing. And where they're coming from, they're coming from all over the place, all right? Is this one from there? And do they act like this? And do they like, I don't know. I think that there are folks who have made a lot of shit up. I think there are people who have had visions of things, but I think it's some of these entities that just because they're so easy to get to, they just like to mess with them. You know, like, oh, here, we're gonna give you this really cool lifelike dream, and you're gonna wake up out of this and just swear to God that you were on the moons of Jupiter. And you wake up in the morning and you swear to God that you was on the moons of Jupiter, or at least one of them. And nope, you know, they implant false whatevers. Then for me, there are just certain things through my own discernment that it's like the experience of what it felt like to be there versus being in a dream, or you're sitting at the beach, or you're watching something that's like less inane or something. I don't know, but anyway, there are times in the dreams you go, wait a minute, there's something really serious about this. You was 9. Well, I was 17 when I graduated in 1970 from Tampa Catholic, and the war went on for a couple more years, so I was 18, 19, 20 years old ish when the war ended. Andromeda do not like control. They love freedom and fairness. Also, rebels, which are very, I don't like time. Yeah, a lot of us do, Linda, by the way. Oh, Mary Wins. Hey, how are you? I don't have my glasses on, and I saw you come in but didn't. 1974. Yeah, I would have turned 21 depending on what time of the year. But I was 20. Yeah. For me and my star family, and why I'm here this time around to learn Native American, not just Native, not just Native American, but it has been primarily focused because um, good stories are hard to come by for me from other countries. Okay, where I've had a lot of firsthand account with Kashka, the legend keeper from Tlinkets, and folks from Rosebud Plantation. Listen to me. rosebud. There is a rosebud plantation around here, by the way, but rosebud reservation, Pine Ridge out there in South Dakota. Some folks out in from the Black Hills. I've known several good folks from up in Minnesota. A couple of guys that had a drum. And folks, Iroquois tribe on the East Coast in Jersey area, Rhode Island, places in there. I met many folks from down here that have Cherokee and Muskogee Creek uh, and some Seminole. The kids I grew up with across the street from us in the backyard, they were Seminole. Uh, Grandma and grandpa who lived across the street from my grandma and grandpa there down by Rowlett Park. Um, they were full bleed Seminole. I mean, they tracked alligators. They raised alligators in the backyard. I mean, it built a cement pond, okay, literally with concrete block. And we as little kids we used to little tiny little alligators would fill in there, and we'd go out there and feed them, and we'd rush down there in our bare feet, and sometimes in our flip flops, which was just as dangerous. And and to see how close we could get to touching one of the alligators. Now, when they small, they fast. They are fast. They are quick, and we was always getting nipped and bit, from those little alligators. So, and people say, "Well, come on, Dave, that's not true." It really is true. I just don't have any pictures, But if you talk to my sister and the ones of us that are still alive, but they were full bleed Seminole. So, and having been around these folks just and growing up and listening to the stories and how they lived and how grandma did it, when you listen to them and they're your grandma and they're talking about their grandma, they're going back to the late 1800s and early 1900s. So it's like that's going back a few generations. So, but anyway, the stories and how these people just felt about life, how they got by, what was important to them. And they were always in touch with the earth somehow. Ma was always canning, making, skinning, because they were always going out and catching fish and alligators, and they lived as much as they could off the land. Um, and so, but that was the early '60s up to '70. And then one of them died, but I can't remember which. But anyway, but how they lived with by fishing and everything, and that was their job. I mean, they went to it every day. Sometimes they went down south, and when the first tomatoes are picked down in southern Florida, they'd ride down there and bring them back because we as kids we'd sell fresh tomatoes in the neighborhood. We'd go door to door and knock on doors. Tomatoes, tomatoes. Can't smoke anymore. Very good plan. Thank you, Zach. What's RSO? Or is that a Q? Edibles? Oh my God, I just saw a giant Easter bunny go outside my house. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm hallucinating. Rick Simpson oil made from the oil. He has all the. Rick Simpson. Does that happen to be a guy that is or used to be up in Canada, Linda? Because the name sounds familiar. So, kind of to go back what we were talking about like 4 hours ago, working in the shadows and doing shadow work. There are a lot of people that I have just an observation, and by how they talk and what they discuss, you can kind of get a gist of where they might be in the understanding of things. And I learned about a year or so ago that in some things I had to use this word on myself. I was becoming a snob because I've heard these folks tell these stories about how enlightened they are and this and what they've learned. And I'm like, I'm all for them, I am. But then they start spouting off some of this stuff and they go off on this tangent. And this tangent has to do with new age bullshit. Okay, they were doing fine staying with nature and going along on this track, then all of a sudden, then some certain spirit from some kind of something on an astral plane with something, and they go off on this tangent over here, and I go, holy Jesus, you almost had it. You almost had it. Why did you have to veer off in this god awful direction when you started out so well? And I was like, one of my guys up there was like, "Now shame on you." And I was like, "Wait a minute, but he almost had it." But and you're being a snob, Dave. And I was like, "What?" They wouldn't even use Hawkeye. When they want to get onto me, they call me Dave. All right, Dave. Uh, but But and listening to it, I was like, well, but he's still on his journey. And he's still trying, and he's still, trying to pay attention. But why is he going off on this god awful direction over there when he just dial it back a little bit over here? Well, but then they say, but it ain't you to decide with your mumbo jumbo flappy mouth that, and you being a little snobbish there because you say, well, he got part of it right. Well, what's to say he didn't get the rest of it right? And then I looked up and I said, well, that would mean you guys been lying to me then. And they went, well, okay, we see your point. But you got to be humble about this. Now, this was just a conversation with just me, okay? But for my shaman journey, I have to be able to look at those things, even though I'm just watching and what's my reaction to something, right? So to see that, well, this part's true through discernment, through my own experience, and through what they have showed me. This is true. That's true. That's true. You're doing good. That's right. That's right. Good. Wait a minute. Where'd you take this left turn? What? So, and it's because they have listened to folks. I just have to keep saying that they're in this kind of sort of new agey rhetoric and how they speak and the lingo and who they're talking to and the different levels and the this and the that. And it's like, do you all not know that all that's just bullshit? We'll live with the portal and the day and the opening and the high and the okay. Do you honestly understand that in the grand scheme of things, that's like a drop of water in the ocean to what's really going on? Oh, but the opening and the gate and the portal. Yeah, okay. For every time for the last 15 years or more, these folks have tried to get my energy up by these portals and gates and stuff, and ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing happened. No way. No. There are some things where like scratch your head and go, but nothing really. Oh, but the Lions Gate and oh, this one and the portal. And so the next day, I still ask the question. So, evidence. I can make edibles, it seems. Yeah. I'm sorry about that, Linda, but in a way, I kind of wish I had that because then I would eat it more. The New Age movement to steer them off course. All the love and light stuff is distraction. It isn't balanced. I could smell that puff of smoke when you blew it out. Well, you're welcome. You know, there are certain things in the New Age movement because I've had some folks who are, in my opinion, true hippies. Um, we were like me. They got a plot of dirt. They cut some trees down. They literally, dug their own wells, like I have done, um, and really been trying to live with Mother Nature. And where other folks just kind of played around with it. They had money or went to the bank. And no, we did it with a shoestring, and we're still here. We made it. I wish that I had spent a little more attention on some things over the years, but I'm here now, right? Doing the best we can. Lessons learned. But in the spiritual realm, it's like crystals, for example. Now, there are so many books out there on crystals, and I've got probably 5 or 6 or 7 books on crystals myself. Because, and of course, now there's the internet with their opinion on things. And I'm like, so I've read all these different books. I've studied crystals. I've got crystals all over my house, and outside in the yard. They're all over the place, right? Big ones, little ones. Um, having been in UK more elite, I've met others more traumatized from the lesser regiments. Yep. But so the different levels of understanding of something. So they're like, oh, these crystals, there are entities that live within them, and they're and oh, and you must do this, and you have to do that, and then this one goes over here, and this rock does this, and then somebody else says, well, that rock doesn't really do that, but it does this. Well, this crystal is good for that. And there was so much misunderstanding within the New Age crystal group that it all became hooey to me. I mean, I didn't want to believe none of it, until I started talking to them and having my own experiences with crystals, like this one that hangs with me a lot in a crystal wrap. I'm sorry, copper wrapped crystal. It's me and this crystal been through hell. And then I've got this. It's a very dark tourmaline. It almost looks black, but when you look at it through the light, it's really dark green. And it's supposed to be from South America, Brazil, I think. Because I had a friend of mine whose father was a geologist and traveled all around the world, and they had his front yard was nothing but rocks. And some of these, I've showed it before, but I can't get to it. I've got this huge crystal black smoky quartz that's sitting right down here on the floor, but I got stuff all around it. But it's this big. It weighs like 15 pounds. Um, always collected rocks. Yeah. Oh, aliens interest me too, but what some of these folks talk about the aliens is what I find is Huey. Huey, Fooey, Pooey. I listen with an open mind, and then it just somewhere it goes off the rails. And my discernment is with my spirit guide and angel buddies, and they go, that ain't quite right. Okay. So, and that discernment I found for myself that I was tending to be a little snobbish. Well, like, what do these people take? Do they really believe, where they veered off of this really wonderful course? And, my spirit folks said, don't do that. You got to be nice about this. I feel I've flown some of those ships. Yeah, Zach, I woke up one time, had to pee, which is like normal for me about every hour and a half through the night kind of thing. The fact that I can sit here for a couple hours and not have to pee, as soon as I'm done and go to stand up, it's like I got to run, right? But anyway, but during the night, I never go through a night where I don't wake up at least every 2 hours or so. That's common. I don't get good REM sleep, which is part of my sometimes sleepy time issues. But anyway, so I got up to do my every 2 hour thing, right? But I'm still in the cockpit of this thing, this spaceship, and I can see the control boards. I'm in some kind of space suit of some kind. And I realize while I'm in the cockpit of this thing, me says, what are you doing? You can't pee right now. I'm in the middle, and I'm like zooming in and doing this thing, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? It was so real. And while I'm trying to pee, I'm still sitting in a cockpit flying this thing, you know. And I made it into the bathroom. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm in the bathroom. Well, hurry up. We got, and I was like, whoa, it was so surreal. And I've had a couple of those instances where, nature calls and my brain gets pulled out of whatever I was doing. And it'd be so real. Um, I've seen a lot of sci fi. I love watching a good sci fi, even some tacky ones. But seeing inside of cockpits and stuff, and I've worked, building all aircraft and have helped install, the instrument panels and things, and stuff. So, but and having been around different types of, always been fascinated by aircraft and have been to Air Force Museum and so forth, and looked at instrument panels. My point is, nothing I've ever seen in a movie or in real life compared to what I saw in that cockpit. You know, I can't prove it worth a damn, but I know the guy in the cockpit was like, "Man, I just peed in my spacesuit. Damn it!" I was like, "Holy shit!" That's all I could think about as I went back to bed. Uh, Crystals. This is what I found out about them. To thank you for bringing me back to that. I found that crystals do have energy. They do project and collect energy. But I've got many stories like, the flute player that I took a crystal to, and how many years that story has gone on through the flute players and so forth. Doc, he's been my good friend, and we've only met a couple of times, but he's still my good friend. But so um, I absolutely believe that some folks just go too far, and I think this is just a hypothesis. There's a part of their brain that wants to believe it so badly, and they find a crystal that that they can resonate that frequency in their brain that tickles it, or sort of like a nicotine, or a cannabis high or something, whatever it does that tickles that spot. And they just absolutely believe that this crystal is whatever. Now, I've got some big crystals and I've got some little teeny tiny ones. And sometimes the little teeny tiny ones are really powerful. Do not judge the crystal by its size. We had some things that were called Herkimer diamonds, and they're just crystals with double ends, but they'd only be about this long. And you could put them in the palm of your hand, and they would literally look like Mexican jumping beans. And uh, they would jump around in the palm of your hand. It's very interesting, completely like Corey Good, Wilcox, and Mateus. I don't know about Corey Good. I've listened to him, but I listened to David Wilcox years ago before he got mixed up with Gaia. There's a lot of truth in his basic stuff that he talks about. A lot of truth. Okay. But then they go off on these little tangents and being talking to these guys and that guys, and I just go, I don't know. It's like the one guy that, what is it, Greer Gear, that come out and we'll go talk to them, and they'll show up and then there are folks that have been with them and go, he says they're right over there, but we didn't see anything. So it's like, well, okay. So there have been times in my observations outside that a star or something looked so outrageous that it must be an alien ship. And but by further observation, it was like, no, literally my eyes were playing tricks on me. That seemed like the star was moving in and out. But when I'd look through the telescope, I've got several telescopes and binoculars and stuff. And so I had my little eyepiece on it, and I'd look at it and go, that son bitch is moving. And I'd look in the eyepiece and go, no, it ain't. And I'd look out and I'd look up, it looks like it's moving. No, it ain't. Well, damn. So with further inspection on certain things that I realized several years ago that I was almost, now I have actually seen, one spaceship shoot another one down, like almost over the house. And so it's like, and Dante said, they don't blow up or whatever. And I was like, no, it just kind of disappeared. Anyway, um, so I know that they are there, but there are times when something just doesn't seem right. And maybe it's atmospheric anomalies with heat rising and whatever, and the angle of the atmosphere, that some of the things that I have observed just. Good night. Good morning, Michelle. No, no, no. It's okay. I felt the energy in them, but not so much as Stonehenge. That's interesting. Yeah, there are Indian mounds around here and stuff, and there are certain places that are just like there's just this high energy thing. I've always been able to feel the energy. Man, I wish I could come over and see them places. I feel like I was a druid at some point, way, way back, because there are certain things that when I was learning through the medicine man that was teaching me, um, he was like, "How did you know that?" And I said, "Because I just know it, and I've known it for a long time." And then we got to talking, and I said, "Man, I don't know if I was an Indian in a previous life, but I feel like I was a druid, or I was very much drawn way back in the day to Celtic things, and I still do have some kind of connection there. Don't know what, but it's definitely there in a reincarnation somewhere. But as far as my studies uh, about Stonehenge is overrated. I think they I think things have been changed to where the energy has been moved. What'd you say? Aren't we fractals of all and memories? Yep. Well, I know that my grandmother, great grandmother, and great great grandmother were all half blood, half blood, full blood of Cherokee descent. So that is absolutely in my blood. As far as being Native American in a previous life, I know I was a pioneer, but I think that the reason I'm back this time was because I was I don't cuss much. No, but I was a real motherfucker in a previous life. And I think somehow I was linked to getting rid of the Indians back in 1812 ish during the Trail of Tears. There was a Southern Trail of Tears down here. And there is some kind of link to this property where I'm at right now, but it goes way back to when there wasn't many folks around and so forth. And but I did some really mean, bad, and nasty things as a white man, as a pioneer redneck white man. Indians are trash. The only good Indian's a dead Indian. The interview. Yeah, I am German. Actually, found out just recently. Did a my our new brother, uh, Dennis, aka Michael. And I had a wonderful conversation with him on the phone the other day too, and thanked him for all the information. Um, but it was about the Knoll clan and how far back we went, and that we originated somewhere back in Germany, and so it's like, but during World War II and World War One, they didn't discuss heritage at all in the family. We don't know where the other side of the grandmothers came from, kind of thing. But not that I really want to know where Catherine was from. Stay away from them people. But then for me, adopted, I also have the Lee side of the family, and they both ended up in Virginia, and then migrated into Kentucky, and then the Knowles moved more into Ohio, and then the Lees moved into Ohio. Interesting. Uh, it doesn't matter to anybody else but me, but it just interesting. But yeah, there was some German in there. And on the Lee side of the family, they're supposed to be French. So, there's a war in and of itself. Um, but as far as spiritually, I know that there was some kind of medieval thing where I learned sword fighting and archery and stuff like that. There is something very primitive and a deep knowledge that I have that I don't know where I got it. The Native American things I have learned in this life because I was such a bastard in the last time I was here. I don't think I was here in between times. Uh, there was when I was at Andersonville Prison in Andersonville, Georgia. There where the site of where the prison was. I had the distinct feeling that somehow I was a prisoner there, or I could have very well picked up the energy of a spirit that still lingered there, because there have been a lot of people who have seen ghosts in and around Andersonville Prison and the cemetery there. So there's quite a few stories that tell about there were some Northerners who were caught by the prisoners themselves for stealing and murdering and doing really mean and bad, nasty stuff to their own kind. And so the leader of the northern uh, Northerners, the prisoners, got with the warden on the southern side and asked if they could have a trial. So I think it was five or six of them on the northern side, and they held a trial within the prison, and all of the prisoners agreed to hang them sons of bitches, and they did. The Northerners executed their own guys, okay, and then, but at the same time, asked the warden to not bury them in the cemetery where all the other dead prisoners were. And so there are a set of graves all by themselves. And those were the guys that were, deemed such badasses that even the Northerners hung them, you know. But it just felt like, and I'd been there a couple of times. I used to do puppet shows in Andersonville when they would have a reenactment once or twice a year. And when the cannons go off and filled with smoke, oh my God. If you've never been to a reenactment, you should try at least one, because the cannons going off and the smoke and how much smoke there is, especially in Andersonville where the hills are really and that whole valley filled up with smoke in no time flat, and it was amazing. Um, a giant eyeball will be right back. Okie dokie. I did it all by bike. Yeah, seriously, Zach, good on you. You know, time goes by really quick. When you're with me, you're in the null time, the null zone. It exists, but it don't exist. Time is passing, but it ain't. Uh, it's an interesting concept. But also with Native Americans, and somebody mentioned, um, was it you, Linda, maybe that said something about um, the whoever with the no construct and time and so forth. Well, the native folks know about Indian time, and white folks just don't get it, you know. And it's been so interesting over the years that the one gentleman that I worked with, he was a promoter for some of the powwows that I attended, and so got to know Jerry real well and everything, and went by his house the other day, as a matter of fact, but didn't have time to stop. But did many powwows in Tennessee and around Georgia, and have been to others too. But um, he was very prompt. Like, it's 7 o'clock. It's 7:01. Where are you? You know. And if you're 7:02, what the 7:05. You're 5 minutes late, and it was like, calm down. you know. But we said 7 o'clock. Okay, all right, chill. We're on vacation, but it's 7:05. Well, you bitched at me for the last 5 minutes. We could have been gone, but we'll let this slide. But so we're in Tullahoma, and there are folks coming in, and we're there on Thursday night because Friday we're supposed to open up and for the school children to come out and demonstrate and all that. So there are folks that had said we'll be there Thursday. Yes, we'll be there Thursday. Yep, okay. So Jerry's like, it's 6 o'clock. The sun's going down. Where are they? It's 6:30. Well, every 15 minutes, he's like, it's 6:45. It's 7 o'clock. And he's walking around, it's 7:30. It's 9:30. It's 10:15. It's 11:45. And they pull in. And he goes over to the station wagon, and they're got stuff piled on top, and they're pulling a trailer, and and ragtag, but everything's tied down and neat. Nothing's flapping or loose. And he goes over, he goes, I thought you said you were going to be here on Thursday. And he looks up and he goes, what time is it? It's 11:45. And he goes, we made it. It ain't 12 o'clock yet, so it's still Thursday. And Jerry was livid, you know. But he was like, but we're here and we're safe. We got everything. We'll be ready in the morning. Calm down. It's cool. And so for me, I have been on Indian time all my life, and I have tried to live in the white man's world in time. Uh, but the idea, though, that, the idea of time and the concept of it. Well, I'll see you in 2 moons. Okay. Well, that's about 60 days, roughly. But, actually it's only 28 and 28. So, but who's counting? But, if it's 2 moons, if you were within a day or so of full moon, but you were kind of within that 2 moon area, they wasn't going to count it against you because there was weather. You had to climb high mountains and whatever, right? A little bit of leeway there. Indian time. Well, I think that people have gotten so wrapped up into the minute. Got to do this at exactly 7 o'clock. Okay. When I was growing up, dinner was at 6 o'clock. Do you hear me? I don't mean 5:59. I mean 6 o'clock. Six, not 6:01. 6 o'clock. There were times I just wanted to be late just because of dinner's at 6 o'clock. I know. I've been listening to you for the last 10 years. Dinner's at 6 o'clock. 3 years later, dinner's at 6 o'clock. I know. Okay. Can you get off of it? And then when you're 16 years old, dinner's at 6 o'clock. Yes, ma'am. You know. But I want to go back to crystals for a moment, Zach, and other folks. Um, I have asked to give crystals to people, right? I've given away quite a few over the years. My favorite story, of course, is with Doc the flute player. But I've asked my higher self, my spirit guides, a friend of mine needs a crystal, and I think I've got one. So where in the house? I've got some upstairs in a window. I've got some in the office in a box. I've got some out in the yard in the flower bed that I'm cleaning out, and I've got some over here in the windows. I mean, where? And I'll just kind of mosey around, and I'll get led upstairs to a window, and I go, "Do one of you crystals here in the windowsill? Um, I got a friend of mine that needs some help, and they need some energy. And if it's, I'm saying my sister, but not necessarily. But anyway, my sister needs a crystal, and any of you want to go ride with her." and I'll reach over and pick one up and go, okay, anybody else? And I'll pick one over here. And then there might be something over here in another window, and I'll go over there and I'll look and go, okay, which one of you want to go? And I'll pick one up and I'll try to get at least three. So then I'll take those three and I'll go, okay, now which one of you really wants to go? And and I'll be thinking of the person that it's going to. And okay, which one of you really want to go? And I'll pick up one and hold it and go, okay, and set it down, pick up another one and hold it and say, okay. And that might be as far as it goes. I'll put it down and go, and last and not least, but and then I'll put it down. And then as I have held each one of the three, I'll grab one of them of the three without thinking about it. Okay, because I've already felt them, and I'll pick it up and go, "Are you it?" Put it in my hand and go, "Okie doke." And it's sort of like choosing cards. What about you guys? Nope, this one. This is it. Okay, and I have been right like a lot of times. All right, I'm in the 90% range. Very few times have I. I always give if somebody's here. Um, like Miss Emma one time, I said, here are three of them, and there's other crystals here in the house. If you see one or feel one, you ask me if you can have it, and if I say okay, it's yours. And so I had these three, and the one that I had thought was for her was in the middle. Now, I didn't try to project onto her which crystal it was. And she'd pick them up, hold them like I showed her, and put them down. And she'd picked up the one in the middle and went, I want this one, Mr. Dave. And I'm like, okay. And out of those three, the one that, and I didn't try to put the energy into the crystal. It was just like, I think it's that one. But, so you have to keep your energy out of it. But now, for whatever the frequency and vibrations of the crystal or crystals, I've got some crystals in little clusters. And sometimes those little clusters talk about dreaming. Sleep with one of those things like around your head or under your pillow or something. Whoo, whoo, boy, let me tell you, it might be dangerous to your health. But I've also found some other crystals that I've used while sleeping to help promote dreaming and so forth. But you got to be careful with that shit because some of them can be a little bit if if you really can get to the astral and it's very near your head, it can really change the vibrations of your energy in a way that just might it'd be like drinking 3 cups of coffee in like a second, you know, and getting that buzz. Catch it all, aren't you? In the morning, getting things done. Yeah, thank you, Linda. And I wait. Well, I function better in the afternoon and evening. Me too. Got cursed out for being 1 minute. Yeah, I lost several jobs because I was 1 minute late for work. And I would get up an hour earlier, and my truck would break down. I'd get in the parking lot, and the supervisor of the plant would be in front of me, and he would clock in, and I would clock in, and it would be 1 fucking minute after the 7 or 8 or whatever it was. And you're late again, Mister Doll. Son of a bitch. And then I went to second shift, and I was very rarely late on second or third shift. But first shift, nah. I just felt it was unnatural to me. But Wiltshire. But anyway, so what's up for? Oh my God, it's almost time for another 20. It's only been 4 hours though that I've been on here because I got on here early or late, depending. But yeah, I just wanted to have a conversation. But so as it's Easter time everywhere now and sunrise in places, um, whether or not you believe in the resurrection, and that Christ arose on the third day. Now, Dante has showed some proof about some things that I I have a tendency to believe that it actually happened, versus those people who think that the whole thing was made up. When Dante talked about the crown of thorns, that was actually a basket. It wasn't actually thorns. It was a basket they put on his head. Um, and that this happened, and this was like that. And so to me, being raised a Catholic, and how they did this and did that, and they were so positive that it happened exactly this way. It seemed to me, as growing up as a young Catholic man or woman, I'm not sure yet, because of my hard nipples and back then. I'm sorry, that was 2 hours ago. I went into that. Oops, I'm early. Um, Also made the second part of Passion of the Christ. Oh, yeah, yeah. See, and if I could get over there, man, and I would love to go to Ireland and Scotland too. For some reason, I kind of feel like I was a Viking at some point as well, Nordic or something. Hell, maybe I was Leif Erikson. Nah, forget it. But um, I don't think I was very good at horseback riding for some reason. Uh, I've got this thing that I've been around horses, but never could ride them. And it's like, it's not like I'm scared of them, or I've been tossed from a few horses and flip literally over the front of the horse when they stop and you keep on going. And that's a little breathtaking. uh but in learning about some of the things, we're learning that there were some ancient sites around here, and like really nearby where I live. And then I found out about all the cave systems that are literally kind of sort of under me, but more towards the west on the Pelham Escarpment. There's all kinds of sinkholes. There's the Climax Caves. There's a blowing hole. There's like a whole subterranean world under us where I'm at here in South Georgia. And I've been in Climax Cave like 10 or 11 times for sure. And there's some maps online that show the inside of the cave and the layout. And I got to admit, I was like, yep, been there, been there, been there. Didn't go any further, but I've been right there. Holy cow, these folks really were in there. So there are some spelunkers from from Florida State, which ain't far from Climax Cave. And then there's Florida Caverns, which if you go to Florida Caverns, nah, okay. If you could get in Climax Cave, you would freak out because it's so far to the ceiling in places. It is like, man, I've been in Mammoth Cave, by the way, and I've been in Blanchard Springs and a lot of the some of them cave systems and so forth up in Tennessee, and also in Arkansas and southern Missouri. There are some really cool cave systems up there. And every time I went to Arkansas, had to go cave, had to go find a cave. So I am that spelunker that tried to crawl in a hole in Arkansas, way up in the way up. But so having been in the ground in places and have climbed mountains, the highest mountain in Georgia and Trey Mountains to places in North Georgia and also in Tennessee, and have been um, in Trey, Tennessee, and up around um, Boone, North Carolina. I was trying to think, not Davy Crockett, but Daniel Boone. Yep, yep, yep. But the Crockett's were up around there too at the time. But he was there's a Crockett State Park in Tennessee that's dedicated, and I think it was an old homestead or something before he went to Texas to the Alamo. Davy Crockett, that is. But anyway, um, but there are certain things that I would swear that I know I was a pioneer. I just know it. Uh, it's just there. Having trapped and watched the ground and certain things outside. Um, but I don't think I was a Native American. Now I think I was around some folks back in the day as a pioneer, maybe a trapper or something. I have a feeling that when I was out in and we were in California, we ended up at Donner's Pass, where the Donner Party and some of them, uh, many of them died, and some of them got eaten and all that stuff. While having seen the cabins and so forth, and the wagons and everything, and the terrain that they tried to bring them damn wagons up, I'm just like, them people were crazy. Uh, I live near Boone, North Carolina. Boone, Graham Hancock. But so anyway, oh, cool, Linda. Well, then you know where trade is, right? If you've ever been to Tennessee up that road, um, some stranger things happened on the set. For example, two thunders hit two actors and so on. Well, several years ago, does trade still have the trade thing in the summertime? Because we played there one year, and it was really wild. I really liked it up there. I wish I could have got invited back. Trade days is what it was called, and that's where I met one of the. He was a South American uh, um, shaman, medicine man, and he did the sunrise ceremony. And he was a wonderful man, and had opportunity over the weekend to have chats with him, and he taught me a lot just in the short time that we were together. And he straightened certain things out in a very simple way, like um, he was asked by someone there, you know, why do you worship the sun as it comes up? And he looked at the lady and goes, I'm not worshiping the sun. I'm honoring it. I'm grateful that it came up. Quite, I'm not worship. This isn't about worship. And she went, what? Well, I was told, and he goes, no, we're honoring the sun as it comes up. We're honoring the universe. We're thanking the creator that the sun comes up. We're not worshiping it. We might say a prayer that we hope that, today the sun will nourish our crops and so forth, but it ain't, we're not worshiping it. And you know, he set this lady straight. She kept looping back around to the worship part. And so later on, I was like, so it's all about honor. I told him, I said, I didn't think it was about worship. I never believed y'all were, saying y'all in that this was early on in my shaman journey. I didn't really realize that I was on the shaman journey at the time, but in having conversation with him, he was very polite and very direct. And he goes, no, no, no. He's, we honor and I was about that time I was learning about honor as one of my lessons in life, and I was being directed by White Dove, and she was teaching me about honor. And then I went to trade and met this gentleman from South America, and I can't remember if it was Aztec or Mayan. I don't think he was Mayan. His facial features were too direct. I think he was Aztec or Inca descent kind of thing. But anyway, they just had their September 29, 2019, huh? It was about 2003 or 4 when I was there. So it's been quite a few years back, but that we were camped up on the hill and the view and everything, and the people I got to meet from different places and such. I really liked the event. Oh, 2021. Oh, September the 19th was my pop's birthday. Interesting. I can't remember what I thought they had it more in the summertime because I got off work to go and I took some vacation days, but um, I can't be sure of that. I would have remembered if it was in September, though. Um, oh, we missed it by 5. Oh, I see, Mary. She said 222. I miss going off and doing puppet shows at places like that and meeting people and having conversation and you know um and there were times I got paid decent money, and then there were times it was barely paid for the trip, but it paid for the trip. And it was always a lesson and an experience, and got to meet new people. And I wouldn't be able to, say, hey, do you know where trade is? So yeah, so to say, yeah, I've been in your neck of the woods, I can tell you where. So how many of you got itchies? I know yesterday was a really strange day, but looking at the Schumann residence earlier, there was nothing that really indicated that it should have been an itchy day. It was the second annual event. They changed the name from trade days to. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's cool. Trade mill, huh? And American heritage. Well, I'm glad they threw the American heritage in there. That's good. Um, I remember when we were there that year, they had a whole lion cage. I mean, they had lions and tigers. Oh my. I was like, what? And we were on the terraces up the hill. We were up towards the top of the hill there. And right below us, um, about two tiers down, was the lions and tigers and bears and everything while they were setting up. It was wild. You've got lions and tigers here. Oh my God. But yeah, to watch them erect it, because we were uphill from it, so we could just sit on the lawn and watch them train with the animals and so forth. And having grown up around circus people and so forth, I knew people that did trapeze work. Um, a lady that she did a a pole act where she climbed up like a 30-foot pole with a chair on it that swayed back and forth. And other folks that had done like tightrope kind of things. Um, there were some folks that, if you've heard of the Great Wallendas, I'm not sure if it was high wire. There was a family that did um, um, high wire, meaning a wire that they walked across. And then there were folks who did trapeze, and I can't remember. I'm getting them confused as to were the Walendas the high wire or were they the high flyers? Anyway, but we knew some of them folks. Yes, Zach. There are several different powwow sites, but it's real easy. Uh, I think there's like a powwow.com, isn't it, Linda? But yeah, there's a place down, two places down here in South Georgia. One of them's over in Cairo, Georgia, which is like about 25 miles from here, where they have a small, it's the Tama Indian Reservation. And then over in St. George, Georgia, which if you follow the state line between Florida and Georgia, and go over towards Jacksonville, there's a hump, and it comes back up and goes over. That little hump is where the Indian reservation there is in St. George. But them are some of the nicest people, and I couldn't make it this spring. And but they have one in the spring and one in the fall, and there's no charge. All you got to do is show up. You just got to be a decent person, and don't be, being nasty. There's never been any trouble. The people that I've met over there, and just absolutely wonderful. Um, I will say this though, not as a critique, but just as an observation. Um, there was some really good dancing going on, um, but the focus isn't on the dancing, where some other powwows are commercialized to where there's dancer competition. Now they have a competition, but it's more friendly versus there's like $500 prize or $1,000 prize or whatever. So um, it's less commercialized in that respect, in that the dancers are there to dance, not necessarily compete. Okay. And so it was a lot different in that respect from other powwows. And I don't necessarily badly, just different. Um, I was hoping for more dancing, I guess. And there was less dancing than because there wasn't any kind of competition. It was still great though, don't get me wrong. But and it could have been just that year. Maybe not enough dancers showed up to dance. Um, and they may have had trouble getting enough drums to come to because sometimes they'll have at least two or three drums. and they'll switch out. So one group might drum for an hour, and then they'll switch out, and somebody else will come in and drum for an hour. Different drum, different group, and but anyway, yeah, should be in the yeah they will. They still have the 2008 performances. Several Heroes. I think I've heard of him. There were several folks that played native flutes and stuff, and had been to several events. Worked backstage and did the lights at one event in Tullahoma, and there were several folks that were. One guy had gotten first or second in the Namis that year for his flute playing, and another gentleman for his storytelling and so forth, and original writings, poetry. Kind of do you know about the feathered serpent? It's just its head top of is Little Rock, Arkansas. I have not heard of that in Arkansas, Mary. I've heard a lot of things around Arkansas and have traveled around Arkansas and up through the mountains several times. Have floated on the Buffalo River twice, or was it three times? Twice. Anyway, I've been to several parks over down near Mena, up in, up on the Missouri border up in there around, oh, I can't think of the name of it now, but uh, yeah, would like to try to get to a powwow this year. Them folks down in Cairo, I gotta say, you know, 20 miles south of Cairo, and of them is Tallahassee, Florida. Okay, the capital of Florida and state capital, and where DeSantis and all them live, and the fact that there are no masks, there are no mandates, Florida, and these folks 20 miles up the road in Cairo are they're wearing masks outside. Oh, you can't come to a powwow. Wait a minute, everybody's sitting outside. Yeah, but you can't come because we contact with people and we got to wear masks. And I've been there, it's a big freaking open field. Now, you're what? And now, after all this time, they are still scared shitless. Okay. I mean, these folks are terrified. Oh, we can't have this. We can't have people. Somebody might get sick. Somebody might get, you know, to meet somebody else or something. Anyway, but then folks over in St. George now, they're like, nah, come on. The Great Spirit protects us all. Come on. You know, what? Total difference, of folks and beliefs. About 100 miles difference in where we live, all, but both on the southern border of Georgia, you know, both just, interesting. But the folks in Cairo, boy, they are scared to death. Wear your mask outside, and we have to keep social distancing. But they're just even scared to have the event at all. Period. No, no, we're scared. I will pray for them, folk, and in hopes that they will have an event this year. It's usually around October, second or third week of October, kind of thing. But um, we'll see. And if not, I'm going to make plans to try to be there in St. George at the powwow this fall. You can bet your booty on that one that if I can get there. Grow the tail of the dragon on. Oh, that one, yeah. Mary, you know what else is the gathering? No, I can't make it. Nope. I don't have a vehicle that would make it out of Georgia, let alone make it to another state. I might could make it to Florida because it's only 50 miles south, but nah, I can't. Um, but also, Mary, think about this under Arkansas. Arkansas is the only state, the only place in North America, okay, that has diamonds. Crater of Diamonds State Park. Now, think of the word crater, crater of diamonds. Now, I've been there, okay, many, many moons all around Mount Ida and through there. I've camped in the national forest and stuff. So, first learned about crystals in early 70s going through Mount Ida and digging my own. I still probably have some of those original crystals with me to this day. Um, I probably couldn't point them out to you, but I probably still got them. Um, but hot springs, crater of diamonds, diamonds needs heat, needs this, okie doke. Hot springs, okay, natural hot water coming up. Um, okay, there's a volcano under there, okay, because those things grow with heat and stuff around. There's a volcano under Arkansas, okay. Also, um, what is that town? Okay, Linda, you live in around Boone. Okay, on the Tennessee side, my niece and nephew live up north of Gatlinburg, but there's another town, and oh man, I can't remember the name. But anyway, right there on the Tennessee North Carolina border are hot springs, and I was like, what? So, in learning about the hot spring, there are hot spots also. Sevierville, thank you very much. That's the one. But they're actually literally their backyard's almost in North Carolina. I just heard of an underground tunnel system from Peru to Brazil. It's also above ground. Yeah. Have you seen the pictures? It's been quite a few years ago, and it's someplace down. Maybe maybe I got this wrong. I thought it was in Mexico, but it might be like Brazil or some other place. But they showed these crystals, and these crystals are like 20 feet long, great, big, huge, giant things, like you would see in an old Star Trek movie or something. These things are huge. The people in the cave are like this big, and there's these huge crystals as big as a freaking rocket. And, in the cave in Climax, Georgia, there is a place we called the Crystal Room, and a really narrow space. And off on from where normally you would sit because there would be a puddle of water, there were fingers that a waterfall of crystal coming off of the wall, just hanging down, this big curtain. And there's stalactites and stalagmites and different things. I still have a couple of pieces. I did not break them off. They were on the floor. Oh, I've been to Cape Cod several times. Linda, now several years ago, and I have pictures somewhere in one of my folders. Um, I could probably tell which one too. But anyway, it's been about 5 or 6, maybe even 10 years ago now. They were in one of the cabins there on Cades Cove, and it would be on it would be the east side of the road that goes around, and about 2/3 of the way down on the, because I had been in that house several times. We were booking to do powwows up there and set up teepees there at the park there in Cades Cove, and did storytelling one time. Um, but anyway, so yes, been there to Cades Cove. But anyway, the forest department did something and they checked under the floor, and under the floor was actually a trap door that led to a cave system under the house. And I ain't heard nothing else about, but I know which house it is. I mean, I can see it in my head. I went upstairs. It was a house that they had used newspapers that they had plastered on the wall like wallpaper, to keep to fill in the cracks in the boards. And when they showed it on the news, the park ranger was lifting it up and was like, "Oh my God, I have been in that house. I have pictures that I took while in that house. Noticing the little staircase and everything. I just looked on the feathered serpent, and there were 72 males identified as soldiers sacrificed. 72. So what is it? I missed something about the feathered serpent. Refresh my memory, please. Oh, I seriously doubt they would admit anything. I seriously doubt. But I would love to get back up there and um, and go to that house, because if they ain't said nothing, I seriously doubt they would have torn the house down or something. That would have made like quite a stink with somebody. Wait, there's a house missing? Didn't there used to be a house right there? Um, so at some point, um, I'd like to go check the house out and look around myself, because there was some of those houses and stuff back in the day that I've always been able to find stuff. I've found holes in the ground that led into other things. Just one of the reasons why they call me Hawkeye, of finding stuff. But there was always something peculiar about that house, because I still remember it. There are other houses. I've been in each one of the houses and took photographs. Somewhere there's some tape, but it's on tape, you know, um, digital, but on tape. Um, and if I could find it, but there was just certain places that I was just drawn to, and not really knowing why. But that one particular house that I remembered so clearly small stairs upstairs and blah blah blah. So many people lived in the house and all this stuff. And okie dokie, but I was noticing how small the staircase was and how this and how they used and then the TV camera that was photographing that park ranger. I was like, oh my God, that's my house that for whatever reason I was always drawn to that house. Not a clue why. That there was a trap door. Now, there were stories that Thigpen Trail, which is 202, which is like a mile and a half from where I live. Okay. It runs north and south. That basically went all the way to down to the Gulf of Mexico to the Ochlockonee Bay, because the Ochlockonee River system, I have the little Ochlockonee River in my backyard, and the big Ochlockonee River is a couple of miles east of here, and they all drain down into Florida and into Ochlockonee Bay. Now there's a lot that's in the Panhandle, where St. Mark's Wildlife Refuge is. They used to grow rice down there a long time ago. There are weirs and sections and places and things. But not only that, but there are stories of how the native folk, especially the Cherokee, during the wintertime, the biggest and bravest and strongest would take a party and come all the way down to Panacea, to Ochlockonee Bay and down there, and fish for redfish and all these other fish that would, that still kind of run in the wintertime. And they would catch them, net them, dry them, and then pack them back up to North Carolina, back up into Georgia and to Cherokee area. And because of the old people who couldn't make it. And so they would pack this stuff back up. But guess what? This trail that goes all the way, Thigpen Trail that goes all the way up into Connecticut or something up there. And so there's stones along the way. This is Thigpen Trail, blah blah blah. And so and the stories around here of how the natives used to travel north and south. And the roads on a ridge. I mean, they must have had Google Earth, because they picked a really honest to God, one of it's stinkingly good. It's so good it stinks. Like, how'd y'all know where this ridge was along here? How'd y'all know it's about equal distance to either river? How'd y'all know without? I mean, but it's a Indian trail that's 1,000 years older, probably a lot older than that. So, but that they would take the fish and other stuff that they got down here back to the older folk, and that they were living in caves. The cavities of the dragon and beautiful caves. Oh, in Peru. Um, since we're talking about caves and there's a place, I've told this story before. I'll make it short. A good friend of mine, many years ago, that was the director of the Green Oak system, for the mentally handicapped and for the physically handicapped. And he hired me on in 1973 or four. Anyway, so Foster Martin is his name. I don't know if he's still alive, but what a really nice man. Now, he grew up in the Pelham area, which is not far from here, 15 miles. And so I'd been in Climax Cave about the time that I met him in the early 70s, with some other speedunkers from South Georgia and around the area. And he left Green Oaks to go back to school, and he was had a 1939 Dodge pickup truck that was in like mint condition. And I had the distinct privilege of being able to work on it and drive it around the yard. But I had a 51 Chevy. But anyway, so Foster quit his job. He already had his master's, but he wanted to go back to school at out west somewhere, can't remember, to get his doctorate in education, special ed, so forth. So a couple of weeks after he resigns, we all miss him and everything. We get a phone call that he has been in a horrible accident in Lubbock, Texas, just outside of Lubbock's. And 9 Mexicans in a car literally chased him off the road and into a field and run headlong and hit him head on. They were all killed in the accident, and his hips were broken, his legs were crushed, and anyway, so he's in a hospital over in Camilla, Georgia, which is just north of Pelham. So um, when I had some time, I was over there. I would go over there and visit him in the hospital because he had pins, he was in traction. So I just come out of one of the trips to Climax Cave. And Mark Foster says, "Well, Dave," he said, "What? Tell me about Climax Cave. What did it look like? And explain it to me." And I said, "Well, blah 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 blah." And I said, he goes, me and two of my buddies went down into Blowing Hole. There's literally a hole out in the farmer's field. And they had a cage over it and things, and they had it locked so you couldn't just go climb in it. But there's even a little community called Blowing Hole. Now, where it is, it's in that area. But him and his buddies went down in this hole, got permission, and he said we got down in there in that cave system, the Pelham Escarpment, and he said, they found this spot where, there was an underground river under there that was flowing, and there was this, and he said, and over as we're going down, he goes, it was to the right, and the river was on our left. And he said there was this quote cave opening that looked like it was chiseled out of the rock. Well, now the rock is sort of more limestone than like real rock, so he said it was all chiseled out. And he said, and about 6, 8 feet in was this, uh, it was an arched entrance. He said you couldn't stand up in it, but you could stoop and go in. And he said it was piled with rocks, neatly set, and it was just closed off. And he said, well, here's three of us. One of the guys was a geology major, and one guy was of this, and then here I was in in education. And he goes, of course we wanted to go inside and see what was there. And he said, so we started taking the rocks off very carefully and putting them in a pile. And he said, then we crawled inside, just like, now this was before Indiana Jones came out. So he said, just like you'd see in the old movie with the mummy. And he said, we crept inside, and he goes about 8 or 10 feet just on the other side was another wall of rocks just put in there. And he said, we are not superstitious men. But he said, we looked at each other and looked at that wall and looked at each other, and he said, we it was almost like the Three Stooges trying to get out the hole and back out. He said something was, he said, whoever put them rocks up put them up for a reason. And he said we went through the first, which was the warning. And he goes, not one of us would touch a rock on that next wall. And he said, we got out, and he said, we argued on which rocks went back in. He said, we wanted to put him back as perfect as possible. And he said, then we got the fudge out of there. And I was like, Foster, He goes, there was something evil in there. He said, I don't know what. He said, we kind of sort of talked about it, but he said it was so weird to us back then. And so I'm asking Foster all these questions because he brought it up, right? And I'm like, there was a place down in Climax Cave that was a little odd and just kind of felt not necessarily evil, but like really strange. But you're 75 to 100 feet down in the ground walking around, there's farmland above you. In one place there in the tea room, you can see a pipe coming out of the ceiling where somebody put in a shallow well. And you could tell at some time, it's 50 to 75 feet to the ceiling that there was water in there at one time, because there are places to get to the tea room that get low, and you literally have to get into the water to get under the rocks coming from above. And so you're going to get wet, you're going to get muddy, um, depending on the time of year and how much rainfall there's been. You might have to use a snorkel to get through some areas. Dragons that are at rest in the Sierra Desert. They helped terraform it, absolutely. Giants did. See, that's one thing, and since you brought up giants, that people do not put into the equation with the pyramids. How were the pyramids built? Giants. Um, I'm sorry, giants. There's no machinery today that can move them sons of guns and do what a bunch of ragtag slaves was supposed to do. The answer to the pyramids is giants. That's the big mystery. And if anybody ever finds that one out, yeah, I still remember um, the look on Foster's face laying there in the hospital bed. And it was like this abject, not necessarily horror, but fear. And the guy was fearless. If he'd crawled down in the blowing hole, he was fearless. Anybody that will spelunk underground without a guide is got, they got some cojones or something. Um, I was, I did an interview. So now y'all talking about dragons. I'm a water dragon on the. Yep. But one of the things that has always got me are the Nazca lines. That's for one, and those types of things down in South America. But Mon, Mon, Monto Picchu, I think if I get that right, where it's way up there, they've got all those terraces and everything. They've done sonic underground ground radiology thingy to see what's under there, right? All these terraces, all the way up this mountain now. And the amount of plumbing and stuff that's under the ground with rocks and how the water is diverted under the ground through gravel tunnels and this and that, I was like, Holy crap. Now, not only how did they get them big ass rocks up there, but they did a lot of work for the before they ever started putting the ground down and all this other stuff. I mean, uh, you know, having built houses and things and stuff, when you lay out a house and you got to put in all the plumbing and whatever, sewer lines and all that kind of stuff before you ever put anything, all this underground work has got to be done. Well, the amount of underground stuff that's there at Machu Picchu is absolutely astounding. They always talk about the big rocks, right? What's under the ground is what people should be amazed. you know, who built that shit under the ground? Oh yeah, but look at this rock over here. No, 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 no. Look at what's under here. Radiography. Look what's down here. Oh yeah, but no, look at this big rock. You ain't paying attention to what's really going on. Holy crap. I'm just saying, they really missed it on that one because everybody talks about the rocks. Yeah, they're cool and big and all that. I ain't putting that, but what about what they found under all that? And why? Talks of this and the South African guy who found Adam's site. No. Yeah, Machu Picchu. I think I got that right? Oh my God, it's 6 o'clock. I should go hide eggs for the kittens to find, the cats to find. Maybe I should throw some golf balls out in the yard and pretend they're eggs and then go around with a golf club and smacking them out of the weeds. Yeah, Michael Tellinger, right? He's the guy that South Africa that found all those swirly things down there, you know, little piles of rocks and stuff in circles. And I would love to go see that, you know. Um, I want to be honest about the mud thing. I've been in the mountains. I've been in some places in Arkansas. I mean, where very few people would go and walk and do because I'm not crazy. I've been in North Georgia mountains and seen some things in certain places that just don't fit. Same thing with North Carolina and the places that I've been camping and so forth and gem hunting and all that kind of stuff, right? Eastern Tennessee, Western North Carolina, all along in there. Spent a lot of time up there. And there are some folks that have declared in some of these areas that that's a giant right there. And I go, wait a minute. I'm sorry, but I've been to that area and I've kind of walked it, looked it, and it's strange. But no, I don't think it's a giant. I mean, I just, oh yeah, that's a giant right there. Or this is a that. And I'm going, some places, I absolutely, yeah, that absolutely looks like something. But then I think that there are some folks who have that thing where you see a face, like I was having it today. Everywhere I looked on the floor over here, I was seeing all kinds of weird faces, like cartoon caricatures and things and stuff. And weird. Um, but I will absolutely admit that there are things that look and feel like giants or dragons, but I think there are some folks that have just carried it a bit too far. That's dragonfish may have caused the destruction of Atlanta. There's a spiral. I think when it's all said and done, Atlantis and Egypt is and has been a part of the ET war for 17, 18,000 years, as the Charistas talk about, and that there's actually been stuff going on much longer than that. So the idea that it was a this or a that I think giants were involved. Don't get me wrong, but because it says so in the Bible. But we have to understand that the ET presence of them fighting each other and mankind and whatever has got to be placed in the history of things. Oh, well, it was a this. Yeah, but you ain't talking about the aliens. Well, what do you mean? Well, because there's just stuff, and there is evidence of giants, and there is evidence of machinery, and there's evidence of who taught these people this stuff, and it goes way back. So we got to throw that into the mix when discussing some of these things. Uh, we just do. For example, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was in Arkansas, but it may be in North Georgia. I was on a trail hiking to somewhere. It may have been in Arkansas near oh crap, Buffalo, the bluff there at Buffalo, whatever it is. And there's the Indian Roundhouse, which is down a long trail along Panther Creek, and it's just phenomenal, that spot. And there looks like there is a portal. I wished I could find the pictures. I would show them to you. In a doorway in this cave wall, and water comes out of the mountain and over a thing and runs along the cave bottom a little ways and then disappears under the ground some more. It is one of the most strangest, phenomenal places I've been. Energy wise and otherwise, it's oh my God. I can literally send myself to that spot. And because I have spent, well, as much time as I could while I was there, and would have loved to have, camped out somewhere nearby it, but they don't allow it. But to do it like sneak in camp kind of, or stay like really late or till early morning or something, and just say, "Look, I got stuck on the trail" or whatever. But it's a phenomenal place. And along in somewhere in that area, it looked like some kind of critter, okay, simply because of the way the rocks were. And there's a big rock on top of this little rock, not too much smaller, but a bigger rock on a smaller rock. And it's the way they were stacked and the way they were laid out. And I don't know if it was a critter, but something stacked these big rocks like that. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't. I've thought a lot of ways of how erosion would do certain things. And if there was something that could erode around those rocks like that, the force of the water would have pushed the bottom one over and the top one would have toppled. Just saying. But anyway, um, actually, it was much smaller, Mary. The Earth is still expanding. Okay. Folks don't want to talk about that neither. I mean, dimensions may overlap like 5D. They don't appear in this world, Zach, because they're in 5D. There are spirits all around us all the time. We catch them with digital flashes and cameras and things and video, like Miss Pearl Delaney does. But if they're overlapping, because they could be walking through us right now because they're in a different dimension. Or we raise to the mythical level, then these times pass and will separate. Oh, there are still fairies and pixies around. um, if you go back to the story of native folks in Turtle Island, Pangea, the Earth has been expanding over the millions of years for a while. One of the things that's going on right now is a major shift. The Earth is expanding between digging coal and bombing on the inside of the Earth and drilling and doing what we're doing to Mother Earth. She's over. She is reacting um, more than she would have just naturally, because pumping and so forth and fracking is absolutely added to the instability of the Earth's crust. But it's expanding, okay? It just is. And the proof is, you know, all around us for thousands of years. Have you heard about what the military are calling arcs? They recently saw energy underwater. Oh, one, wait. Oh yeah, the moon was not original. They say that the moon was brought in after Tiamat exploded, or the whatever the planet was, for that makes the asteroid belt. They recently saw energy signatures underwater all over the world. One underwater. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Oh, and that there are hollow places in the hollow Earth thingy. Everything was bigger 12,000 years ago. Here's the thing about where you can track the moon. When did the moon come in? And so the Vedics, the Indians, the Brahmins, and Buddhist folk over yonder, Hindu especially, um, and the Chinese, they all talk about the moon, you know. So as long as they've been writing about the moon, then the moon must have existed. Now, has it always been here? I don't know about that. There's folks who claim the moon was brought here, and several different areas of the ET world have claimed it. Um, Met beings that spoke Mayan. The planets are living beings, they're entities, absolutely, to decode the writing. I don't doubt that. You're welcome, Linda. Thank you. And good to know somebody up in that neighborhood too. There was something else I was going to ask about Boone and up in there, but oh, my niece lives up in that area. And don't they have that um the hot springs up there? No, there's too much asteroid belt for it to come off from it for it to have just come off of Mars. At scratch, because I was just going to ask this question. No, it ain't enough rock. No, you think about how big around the asteroid belt is, and it would take a very large planet. Now, here's the thing that's always questioned me as an astronomer, um, is how did they get spread out so nice and sort of evenly? You know, if Tiamat and two crashed together or something, wouldn't there be like more concentration in one spot where like most of the planet was? How did it get spread out the way it did? Because if it blew out, then outwards from the belt would be wider in places and narrower in others because gravity and centrifugal force or whatever, right? There would be more in one spot and not so much around the edges. You know what I mean? But it's like too uniform. It's almost like somebody spread it out like that on purpose. It's just strange. But the amount of material that's floating around out there in just a small section is not going to equal what could have come off of Mars. It just ain't. Okay. And I'm not trying to, but as an engineer, and I've worked with um, um, civil engineering where how much dirt, how many cubic feet of dirt is in a certain spot and how much you dig out, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but the amount of rock and stuff that's out there, uh-uh. There's something. It might have come up. Some of it might have come off of Mars. I would agree that that's absolutely possible. But there's too much mass. If you started collecting it all together, it would make another Mars. you know, and just in just some of the locations. Absolutely. There's a lot about the electric universe. Absolutely, Scratch. It explains a lot too. Planetary collisions. No, I didn't say that the planets collided, but I get what you mean. Yeah, but there could have been another planet that was bombed or blown up. Okay. Because there is evidence that ET has been throwing rocks at Jupiter, and the big comet thing that hit Jupiter years ago, and you know, um, I kind of thought that was fishy back then, and I didn't know why. But then Dante's like, no, those rocks were aimed at the planet Jupiter on purpose. That was, they sent them rocks in to hurt people, and what? Yes, it is. So's the moon, and there are places on Earth that's the same way too. But my problem with some of this, um, and they still are, Mary, by the way. Um, there's just so much more going on, like the giants of Saturn and some of the stories that I had heard somewhere, and I can't quite find out where now. But there are giant when they flew by with one of the first satellites to take pictures of the rings around Saturn. Those pictures never really made it to the public because they found giant spaceships blowed up. and pieces of spaceships, giant spaceships that theorize there were giants on Saturn and the outer planets, and that there was a big war on on Saturn, and that part of the ring system, there's all kinds of floating debris. And the pictures that did come out, now I think one of them guys that goes around and talks about the moon and stuff like that, can't remember his name, but they've talked about some of the debris in the rings of Saturn. And or was it the ring makers of Saturn or something? Anyway, but that the giants came from Saturn, um, or at least some of them, and they were some of the ones that came and helped to build the pyramids and all these really big monolithic things, and in some ways were some of the first landscapers. Okay, may not kill covering yourself with plastic wood. Yeah, you know, scratch. It's not a gas planet. That's a lie. Yep, Mary, that's absolutely true. See that they had to tell everybody that Saturn is a gas planet, just like the storms on Jupiter, and that, oh, there's nothing that lives down there. Well, Dante and folks and some other people would disagree with you. So would the people from Saturn. You know, we've been told that Venus is a dead planet, and that, but then there's evidence that there were people who came from Venus and told us to mind our own dog business and stay away. And so that some of these atmospheres and things are created to keep other folks from coming. um and that, that all this, we're the only planet in the solar system, we're the only signs of life. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Because if you told us that people lived on other planets, the rest of the population would shit their guts out. You know what I mean? Literally. Oh, it's 6:25. Holy crap, I missed. Yeah, and ain't much left in here. But Zach, from a shamanix point of view, it's not a dream. These things are real. There are real people that live on Jupiter. There are real people that live on Saturn. There are real beings that are flying all across the out of. There are the sun is a dimensional portal to other systems. Yes. Um, a lot of this has just been by simple observation, but then the more I have watched Dante and some of the things that he has shown, I'm like, that fits what I observed for whatever reason. Like, that makes sense, but that's bullshit. That's that's being able to discern the information that you're given. This interdimensional stuff, and oh, and yeah, there's different dimensions, absolutely, but they exist at the same place. So the fifth dimension isn't some place that you go. It's a place that you understand that exists and you become a part of it. You don't go there. you know they're all occupied. Even there's suggestions that there's life on Mercury, so close to the sun. Oh my God, nobody could live there. Well, um, when's your birthday? Happy birthday. In the dream time, all things are possible, but it doesn't mean that everything is a dream. There are a lot of folks who are just like taking this ooh to this other level that in the shamanic journey, oh, this is just bullshit and it's part of the matrix and it doesn't really exist. Well, then walk off this cliff and see if you can fly. If you hit the bottom with a kerthump and blood splatters everywhere, then it must have been real. That wasn't a dream. Now, there are those in the shamanic uh, I ain't one of them. You know, I've always said that when I learn to walk through walls, I will have reached that point. I can already fly in the dream time and with the astral, and that which means I can walk through walls too, but not in this 3D physical. Um, but folks are just taking these timelines and this and that. And listen, the fact that I came on tonight, this morning, the fact that you are all here, we changed the timeline. Did Creator know I was going to get on tonight? Did Creator know that there was going to be 13, 14, 15 people here at, 4 o'clock in the morning? Did Creator know? Did the universe know that this was going to happen? No, I decided at the last minute because I was fixing to lay down and watching Netflix. And here I am still here after 5 hours and 12 minutes at 6:29 a.m. Eastern daylight time. And so I changed the timeline. Did the universe know this was going to happen? Um, I was going to do one last night, but I was too itchy and irritable and whatever. But I think they planned on me to be doing one last night. Didn't change that one up. Doing one now. Happy Easter, everybody. So, but in the timeline business of, oh, the timeline, this and that, people are changing the timeline every single second. Okay. So, oh, we're changing this timeline. There are some folks that I kind of, um, have respected over the years that talk about this timeline and that timeline and this one over here and that one over there. And we can change our timelines at any moment. Does that change the timeline of the planet? No, there's bigger events. Who started, Putin in the Ukraine and this thing, the laptop, and, just saying, all those they're the same timeline. It's not a different timeline because we're talking about it. It's the same timeline. It's just there's all this other stuff happening during this time. Now there's a lot of discussion about time travel. Okay, there's some evidence. Okay, and in the strange weirdness that I would believe anything, I'm a little skeptical because of what happens to you and the time travel thing. And, what's his name says that, we've had the ability to be able to walk through a door and go, okay. I was more concerned about what would happen to the physical anatomy of a person um, that would go through whatever it was to do that. Okay. Not necessarily that it couldn't be done, but what would it do to the person? Would you lose your mind? Would you be you if you went back 100 years, or 1,000 years? I mean, would you be you? Would you know? So there are just certain things that, hey, um, from a hypothetical position, not necessarily that you couldn't go there, but, you know, what's the ramifications physically of the people who are going there. But um, oh yeah, or there are probably 5 or 6 billion dreams just on this planet, and not counting the rest. Oh yeah, the ships going in and out of the sun. Absolutely. Hey, sun, all that Stonehenge called the Giants Dance. And I saw one movie, something, maybe it was animation, I don't know, where a spaceship landed on Stonehenge. That it was actually, it was like a holding platform for a spaceship. That was its purpose. And I was like, tee hee, tee hee, you know. Um, oh, it was a sacred place. Yet no, it was a freaking landing pad for a Palladian ship or something, because it didn't have landing gear. So they get to Mars through the Van Allen. Supposedly, they have jump rooms so that you walk in one door, close it, walk through another, and that you're basically there. It's sort of like a Stargate. So you don't actually travel there in a spaceship. The Van Allen belt and all this other, it don't even matter. Now, would I would I believe in the portal thing, like a Stargate? Yes, because I got one in my backyard. I don't know where it goes, but yeah, because they do occur naturally. But I think people who talk about these portals and things are literally off in the sci-fi world because observations by people here with the portal in my backyard, and it's like it don't act like none of that kind of stuff. It just seems like they're trying to make it seem more important in a waking dream. We are sleeping and dreaming this world just like at night, but if you realize you're dreaming, then you become and listening to elders. If you're dreaming, you're dreaming. You're not of this world. But a waking dream, i.e., we are sleeping and dreaming this world just like at night. But if you realize you're dreaming, then you become lucid and can fly or do anything. But this is not a dream. I mean, Duggar's not a dream. He doesn't consider this a dream. The cats outside expect me to feed them in a couple of hours. They don't think it's a dream. When I wake up and try to forget the critters and the dog, they will remind me that it ain't a dream. So this idea, uh, Mary Richards says you can't travel through the Van Allen belt. We do not have the tech for it. Here's the thing, Miss Linda, and to all y'all, we do have the technology. Okay, if they can send a spaceship into the corona of the sun and it not pop or explode, we have the technology to go through the Van Allen belt. Okay. We just don't know it. Okay. They don't tell us these things. So these folks, we no, with our normal technology in a tin can, no, we don't. But we've got other stuff. We've got the whole Starfleet thing with the space, um, with the space thing, the space, the Space Force, and other stuff. Okay. If the aliens can come in and out of our gravity and in and out, they're going through that Ellen belt. And you don't think we don't know it? We may not know it, but them folks, they do. Okay. So keep that in mind. Zach, as in dream back dragons rather than believe that they're gone. There are dragons in this next um, dimensional. We don't see them. There's our fairies and things that are flying around. They're like dragons, but we don't see them. So they do exist, but to dream them back into this reality would be cruel. Why? Because they've already kind of made this transcendence. With it, to come back into the 3D world, why would we do that? No, we wouldn't want to dream them back. That would be cruel. Um, yeah, but other races do. Absolutely. I didn't read the rest of that. Yeah, see, all this stuff about, well, we can't do that. We can't get there and blah, blah, blah. Oh, listen. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can. We just don't know it. You know, the stuff that Bob Lazar and other folks have seen and witnessed to and have been forced to forget. You know, Bob ain't telling us the whole story because they wiped his brain. You know, he even talked about it how he would get off of work and just somehow it just. I saw Dublin's and crafts in the sky way up there. Oh, not necessarily up. Um, um, Sapphire Valley, North Carolina, and there's spaceships over cashiers. There's this lady years ago that been taking pictures of craft leaving and coming back in and out of the mountains up there. And there is an underground base in North Georgia, just n- northeast of Dahlonega. It's a military base. It's underground because you can pull up to the stop sign, and on the other side, the road, forest road, goes left and right. On the other side, um, that there's going to be an MP stop you. You ain't going no farther, but you can look down the hill and tell that it goes underground. I mean, they've got an underground facility here in Thomasville. Okay, I've talked about it before. I've seen it. I can go there, and you can see the ramp that goes down under the ground. It was there from World War II. Um, Star Pilot for her trip reports. It covers what we were talking about. 10. The latest is amazing. Yep. Yeah. I would be, Mary. I would say I would agree with you in that they are in stasis, but I would also have a tendency to agree they might just be in hibernation versus um, stasis. But in a way, that stasis, in my opinion, uh, kind of denotes that there's humans involved or somebody's involved to keep them in stasis versus hibernation, which would be more natural. But anyway. All right, you all. It's 6:41 a.m. The sun's coming up. This was supposed to be like a 2-hour deal, and we're still yakking. I'm doing the yakking, but y'all are paying attention and all. Listen, I greatly appreciate you all. I do. And you don't have to agree with me, honestly, but let me the points that I do bring up are like, wait, there are some other facts, and just watch this and just and keep in mind that I don't think any of them are all right. Now, the one that fits the bill the most for me, that has been more consistent with my own learnings and etc., is Dante. Not that there aren't other people out there, but he has been the most consistent with stuff ET and and things about history and so forth. So, and this is the year they're supposed to be telling us some more stuff too. So on the eve of supposedly, uh, the time when this should be about the time that Jesus is waking up, and somebody's going to be rolling that rock away from the tomb. Um, something did happen. Something did happen to the Christ, in that he was probably put into a stasis of sorts, and that it took a day and a half for him to recover, and with a little help from the ET friends. And so, yep, Jesus is and was an ET. Yep, how about that? And that's how he rose again. Yep, that's how he ascended into the heavens when he just like floated up on on a cloud. Oh, you're still awake, Barry? I figured you was asleep. You have a great day too. But Jamie, how you doing? Yeah, happy. There's a mountain. Yep. Well, there's a bunch of mountains moving, but um, don't gas a channel. Yeah, Dante has a channel. Yeah, yeah, and I've been here for almost 5.5 hours, and it's almost 7 in the morning here. Um, you're welcome, Mary. It's good to see you too, and Barry and all y'all. Um, I got to lay down and get some sleep and get something to drink, and I got to get up. And you all know as soon as I do, this old man's going to have to pee. So this old man, he peed once. Never mind. Never mind. Don't even go there, Dave. Okay, all you lovely people, thinking that life has passed them by. Don't give up by the silver cup and ride that highway in the sky. Hey, Ed. Yeah, I wished I had energy to go a little longer, but I really don't. It's actually start. It's starting to, run down my leg. I got to go water the garden time. So, um, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue the great work that you're doing in learning and accepting the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Me and Duggar, every time he goes out to chase the cats and I go out to water the garden, we continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many, many blessings in the universe. Remember to use discernment. If something is like, oh my God, that's it may not be. It could be, it may be. It's called discernment. Check in with your folks upstairs and wait before you make up your mind to say, I believe that's got to be a fact. Just hang out. Things may be changing sooner than you think as far as what the truth actually is. And as always, I think number three is important to you and me. And so, as the third time, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And every single one of you are a blessing to me. Tracy, Ed, good to see you. Zach, thank you for the conversation. Sun, howdy. Miss Mary, the same to you. Miss Lindy, if you're still there, I think she had to go. But absolutely great conversation, y'all. I mean it. Remember this, there's so many things we are still yet to know about what planet Earth knows about ET and materials and stuff and physics, and there's a lot of stuff that they've been lying to us about. So today is not tomorrow. Well, it is for them who aren't here yet. I guess we're all here though, right? Okay, Miss Linda, thank you so much. Honest, Lucky, how you doing? Have a great Sunday, y'all, and happy Easter to everybody. I don't know where the rabbit came in, but hey, fertility. Okay, we're all gonna like rabbits, right? Well, I'm too old for that. They say, but anyway, I love you all. Have a great day. Be safe, and until next time, I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers. Duggar's over there looking out the window. He wants to go chase some of the cats this morning, so we both need to go out. He needs to run, and he probably needs to go pee too. But I love y'all. Until next time, please be safe and take care of yourself, okay? And the others. Cheers, everybody. Till next time. Adios. Ween.